subcommittee, we are very, very focused on the modernization of our nuclear deterrent, so of our triad, both with the weapons and with the platforms that we have. We are focused as a subcommittee on missile defense from, as you pointed out, from North Korea, from Iran. We know that any portion of the United States is and could be a target for an adversary who has those capabilities. So we have to be prepared to face a large variety of threats that are going to face this country and that already do.
Well, thank you for that. Let me move to some foreign policy questions for you, if I might. The president has had this call this week with Russia's President Vladimir Putin. I just wonder, what do you believe this administration is going to do next? It does sound like, while they're willing to set the stage for these talks, the attitude is we can't push Russia over the line and force them to sit down, let alone agree to a ceasefire. What do you think happens next?
Well, I believe that President Trump's committed to ending the war between Ukraine and Russia. That's not going to be easy. From the very beginning of this conflict, when Russia invaded the sovereign Ukraine territory, my question has always been, what is the end game? How do we get out of this? How do we end it? We have obviously a very difficult time in trying to move forward on negotiations when the Russians continue attacking Ukrainians and fighting in Ukraine. When they continue those attacks, that is not a way to bring these two parties to the table in order to discuss peace. So it's not easy. I do believe that the president's committed to it. So I hope that we can see negotiations start and continue with a ceasefire in place.
Okay. Secretary of State Rubio was before a Senate panel on Tuesday. One of the things he testified to was when it came to Iran, that Iran views enrichment of uranium as a point of national pride. He said this President Trump, is offering them an off-ramp to peace, but that enrichment of uranium to a certain point is a red line. How do you negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran moving forward? On what basis is there any trust, especially for this president who tore up the original Iran deal?
Well, I was against that original Iran deal for a number of reasons. And obviously, this is in a regime in Iran that you can't trust at all. I think it's going to take a hard line from the United States and from President Trump in order to push Iran in realizing that, when this country says you're not going to develop a nuclear weapon, we mean it. And I think that's what Secretary of State Marco Rubio is saying when he is commenting on the actions that are taking place now.
Let's move to what you've been working on. I'm really curious. You and some of your Senate colleagues, Republicans, are working on trying to get California's EV mandate laws overturned. Tell me first, what are the implications if California's rules stick and it is mandatory?
Well, we want to end the rules because what happens in California doesn't stay in California. Those are very unrealistic requirements that California has put on heavy-duty trucks and cars.
That's 10 years away.
It's 10 years away, but I think if you look into this, you'll see that there's not even the technology. They're not even being manufactured right now. The trucks to be able to meet these rules with regards to those emission standards.
10 years sounds very soon. It sounds a little too soon.
Oh, okay. I'm going, it's like right around the corner.
Yeah.
It's just totally unrealistic. You're going to see prices increase for families, obviously. It's going to cripple our commercial trucking industry. It is just pie in the sky.
Yeah, you're from a farm state. What are you hearing from the trucking industry?
That it's unrealistic. It can't be met. These rules can't be met. And there's just, people obviously in my area are hopeful that we're going to be able to get our CRAs passed on this.
Finally, I know ethanol is close to your heart and constituents. You've been working on making gasoline with 15% ethanol available nationwide year-round. When you hear about trade deals that the Trump administration is working on that result, for example, in the UK taking in millions more dollars worth of ethanol, what would you want out of additional trade deals as they're being worked on, especially with other countries? Like, is it ethanol related? Is it like, what do Nebraskans want out of future trade deals?
The last 4 years under the Biden administration, there was absolutely no interest in trade from the president or from the Biden administration. We're looking at a $49 billion trade deficit. So what I hear from Nebraskans, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in manufacturing, people just want to get those markets open again. We want to be able to export our products. We want to be able to have a level playing field. Everybody gets nervous when you hear the word tariff, but people are ready to see trade open up, to see fair trade open up, and to be able to find new markets, reopen old markets, level that playing field, because Americans can compete against anybody in the world with the products we produce.
Senator Fisher of Nebraska, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Great to visit.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm ultimately I'm a Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump announcing plans for a missile defense system for the U.S. called the Golden Dome. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth joining the president in the Oval Office on Tuesday.
The Golden Dome for America is a game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans.
The estimated cost, $175 billion. New York City rolling out the red carpet for the seafaring wing of the U.S. Armed Forces. Fox's Tanya J. Powers with more.
Fleet Week 2025 kicks off its 37th year today in New York City with the parade of ships, and it continues with military demonstrations, ship tours, and more. This year's theme is Honoring the Past, Defending the Future, 250 years of sea service excellence. Fleet Week is a 7-day celebration honoring the U.S. Navy, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps, and it brings thousands of military members of the sea services to the city each year. It culminates in a Memorial Day ceremony with a flyover by Navy fighter jets and a wreath laying at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
And there you go on this Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow, so there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The market's latest rally running out of steam on Tuesday, with stocks ending lower and the S&P 500 snapping its six-session winning streak. Out of the Magnificent Seven tech stocks, the only one to post a gain was Tesla. Shares of the EV maker rose 0.5% after its chief executive Elon Musk said that he would significantly cut back on his political spending and that he expects to remain head of Tesla 5 years from now. The Dow falling 115 points, the Nasdaq lower by 73, S&P 500 down 23. Shares of Home Depot fell 0.5%. The home improvement retailer missed quarterly profit expectations but beat on revenue and reaffirmed its full-year outlook and said that it would work to keep prices steady despite tariffs. This morning, Home Depot's rival Lowe's will be releasing earnings before the opening bell, along with Target and TJX. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's a big question, still unanswered for now. How much will tariffs cost us in stores? For a while, those American tariffs on Chinese imports were at 145%, since reduced to 30%, as other countries pay at least 10% on their goods coming into the U.S. President Trump is urging Walmart to eat the tariffs, reacting to what Walmart Chief Financial Officer John David Rainey told investors last week.
There are certain items, certain categories of merchandise that we're dependent upon to import from other countries, and prices of those things are likely going to go up, and that's not good for consumers.
Now, the president's Truth Social post over the weekend told Walmart to stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising prices, writing, "They should not charge valued customers anything," adding that he and those customers will be watching.
I think they wish they had the opportunity to pull back the comments they made during their earnings release. It was an unforced error on their part.
Jerry Storch runs Storch Advisors. He's a retail veteran who's been a vice chairman at Target, the CEO at Toys R Us, and CEO at Hudson's Bay, the Saks Fifth Avenue parent company.
They were trying to tell people that the prices on some items are going to go up, particularly those that are sourced in China, because the tariffs have been higher there, triple digits for a while, still at 30%. And the other products that might go up would be agricultural products sourced, principally from Mexico and other parts of Central America, like avocados or coffee or bananas. But most of what Walmart sells is actually sourced domestically, and of those products that are sourced internationally, China is just a part of it. So really, they shouldn't have said what they said and wish they had it back, because they're going to be able to manage through this just fine. It's not going to have a major effect on them. The price of some items will definitely go up, but not most items. Meanwhile, Home Depot had their earnings release, and they said, "Oh, we're going, generally prices are going to be fine," which Walmart could also have said and would have been true for them.
Yeah, so Home Depot had a chance to see what happened with Walmart and react differently.
Absolutely. My wife always says 100%. I tell her nothing's 100%, but 99.9%. That's why Home Depot came out and said, "No problem. We got this. Tariffs are covered. It's not going to be in general, a big deal about our prices."
So explain how this works. The tariffs are on other countries' imports into the U.S. They're not paid, though, by the countries. They're paid by the exporter who's bringing these products into the U.S., correct? And then the retailer has to deal with the person selling the product, right?
Well, that is technically correct, and everyone points that out and says, "See, it's actually a tax on the U.S. consumer and on the importers." But that's not what really happens in the real world. What happens in the real world is the retailer sees the tariff and goes back to the manufacturer, who may be in China, for example, and says, "Hey, you got to help me with this. I can't pass all that on." And so a negotiation ensues. It was pretty clear in the case of the tariffs that President Trump put principally on China in his first administration, which were at a lower level, more like 15 to 20%. It's pretty clear that the majority of those tariffs were actually pushed back onto suppliers, and they just sold it to Walmart and other retailers at a lower price. And then, technically, of course, then Walmart and the other retailers paid the tariffs. But the net price of them was similar to what it was before the tariffs.
Okay, when we got over 100% for a while on the Chinese imports,
yeah,
did that pretty much stop buying some of that stuff? I mean, we heard reports of all this these container ships and all these this merchandise that wasn't going anywhere.
Well, they certainly stopped a lot of purchasing. In other cases, people use the technique where they put it into what's called a bonded warehouse in the U.S., where tariffs aren't due until the products are removed from the warehouse, and then the tariffs are due or the tariffs that exist at that time. So some people took the gamble of bringing the products into the U.S. and not pulling them out of the bonded warehouse.
Interesting. So it paid off then when the tariffs went down from 145 to 30.
It sure did in some cases, but there was clearly a significant reduction in freight moving from China to the U.S.
How hard is it, though, to find products from other places if you want to avoid merchandise from China?
Well, if there were 1 million products, there are 1 million different examples. And so in some cases, it's easy. You know, there's another source of manufacturing that you can just shift to. In other cases, it's almost impossible. So let's take an example of consumer electronics, much of which comes from Chinese factories. There just aren't places to go. You know, the same is true for most of the branded toys that are sold in the U.S. There just isn't anywhere else that they're made, and you can't build the factories fast enough to shift their production for this year. You could eventually, just not for this year.
All right, let's talk about toys, Jerry, because last month President Trump got angry at Mattel. And he threatened an even bigger tariff on Mattel's products. And he said children need 2 dolls instead of 30. It won't be that big a deal. The toy business, how hard is it being hurt right now?
Well, it's potentially hurt pretty badly, and that's why I know the toy industry has lobbied to the administration to save Christmas, if you will, and exempt the toys from the tariffs. China is generally the center of the toy industry. It has been for a very long time between Hong Kong, which is not part of China, and mainland China, and so it's very difficult to get alternative sources for those products. Some toys are made in the U.S. You know, things like blow molded products like a Little Tikes House or Fisher Price ride-ons and things like that. Some products are made in the U.S. Tinker Toys, various things are made in the U.S., but most of them are not.
Okay. So you said save Christmas. Here we are in mid-May, right? Almost late May. At what point are all the decisions made to get products for the stores by Black Friday, for instance, or whatever?
Well, a lot of decisions are being made right now, and with the 30% on tariff on China and lower elsewhere, I think most companies are making the decision that they're going to have to bring the products in. You know, the bulk of it, they can't gamble any longer. On the margin, people are going to wait and hope that it gets better than the 30% on China. But by the time you get to sort of September-ish, it's too late. And so something has to happen this summer on China, or else it's going to be a pretty tough holiday for some brands and some specialized retailers. I'm not worried even a little bit, by the way, about Walmart. You know, I know they wish they could just take back what they said. They have so many options. Two-thirds to 3/4 of their product is food and consumables from the U.S. Silly thing that for them to have mentioned it the way they did. But I know they get a lot of questions from investors, and they have to hedge their bets and have to answer as conservatively as possible. But they stood out like a poster child for this when they're really not.
Okay.
So I'm not worried about them. A little more worried about Target. Because they have a lot more discretionary items as opposed to food and are a lot more exposed to all this.
All right. What about the smaller retailer? I mean, we know about the big giant chains, and they have scale and they can have lower margins potentially. But what about the smaller? We talked about toys, like a smaller toy store in a smaller town, or any of these other sort of, we like to call them mom and pop shops. They're dealing with the same cost increase potential too.
Yeah, if this isn't resolved pretty quickly, it's going to be a sad day for some of them. They don't have the negotiating clout the large retailers have. They don't have the room to absorb tariffs, even if they wanted to. Keep in mind, a lot of toys are sold below cost anyway when you get to holiday season, where big retailers use them as loss leaders. And so maybe they can say, oh, we'll take just a little more loss on them. But if you operate a neighborhood toy shop, you don't have that option. So I think there are definitely, more risk for the smaller the retailers get. And there's a massive consolidation that's taking place in retailing where a few retailers have been capturing all the sales and certainly all the market capitalization between, Walmart and Costco and TJX and Amazon. They've been the huge winners, and most other people have bled market share.
And department stores have already been struggling for years, like Macy's. How are they handling this, and how will they fare, do you think?
Well, they've been hit especially hard because obviously they sell a lot of apparel, which comes from Asia. And so they're very exposed on tariffs. And they were very weak ahead of time. And, they're almost non-factors in the retail marketplace. Now, if you look how small they are, every year they announce a new plan to close more stores and to become more viable by being smaller. And, meanwhile, the market's growing. And so they've almost, sort of shrunk themselves into irrelevancy.
You mentioned clothing stores and their ties to Asia. What options do they have if they want to avoid these larger tariffs?
Well, the only real option they have is to source from countries other than China. It's not easy to move production this late in the year. The supply chain for these stores, often from design all the way to fulfillment of the product or bringing the product into the country, is often 9 months or a year long. And so for some of these retailers, it's a big problem. They're not going to be able to move it from China, and so they're just going to have to find a way to deal with the 30% tariffs, which mean there'll be some price increases. Now, for people like Zara, for example, or H&M, they have a much shorter supply chain, and a lot of the product comes from Europe or Asia or other parts of even Northern Africa or Middle East, different places, Turkey, things like that. And they have really tight, 3-month turnaround, and they're going to be able to handle this just fine. And clothes from Spain will take more market share as opposed to clothes from China.
So for a retailer now, as they're planning ahead, what's the number one thing as they're looking ahead to the fall and the holiday season? What's on their minds?
Well, the toughest thing for a retailer now is deciding how much to bring in now and how much to try to panic, sort of, or hurry up and order product in a few months, which is their last chance to order. And if they order now, they know what they're going to pay. There's certainty, but they don't like what they're going to pay in terms of the tariff levels. They can hope that the tariff levels might come down and they can buy later in the year and get a better deal. But no one knows what's going to happen. The biggest problem now is the massive uncertainty in the way this has been handled, starting out from the very beginning with those ridiculously high tariffs on every country in the world and every product, and those had to be put on hold. But keep in mind, that was 90 days that expires in July. So something's going to have to happen sooner rather than later, and they're not able to negotiate all those deals. And so you've heard this talk about how, well, we're going to just tell them what the number's going to be. Well, hopefully it'll be 10% on a lot of things and not more, because 10% the world can live with. But if you're dealing with 30% like China, that's too painful.
All right, so by July, they have to make a decision, or can they wait all the way until when?
Well, I think the retailers, by the time they get to the end of the summer, they're running out of time, and maybe a little bit in September they can make some decisions. But after that, it's just filling in a few things. They're stuck.
There's still some concern about the economy. If things get a little worse, how do they project sales going out the rest of the year?
Well, there's a lot of uncertainty, but the consumer's been very strong. I mean, the last few sales reports have been record highs. You're talking about numbers in terms of year-over-year growth in sales that are the highest that we've seen for years. Consumer confidence numbers are terrible, but that's not reflected in sales. They have the money and they're spending it.
Jerry Storch, CEO for Storch Advisors, former vice chairman at Target, former CEO for Toys R Us, and Hudson's Bay, the parent of Saks Fifth Avenue. Great to have you on. Thanks very much, Jerry.
My pleasure.
It's Dom time. Dom to your down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to preparing for a crisis, it doesn't matter if you're a year early, a month early, or a day early, but you can't be a day late. That's why millions of Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest preparedness company. Right now, you can get their 4-week emergency food supply, plus an incredible bonus, 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's an extra 12 days worth of food, absolutely free. This kit provides hearty, delicious meals for 4 weeks with 2,000 plus calories per day, 12 essential vitamins and minerals, and a shelf life of up to 25 years. And for a limited time, they're including 12 additional days of food absolutely free. which means right now is the best time to get prepared. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today to claim your 4-week food kit, plus an extra 12 days of free food. Offer ends soon. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The House may vote today on President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill after the president met with House Republicans yesterday to drum up support.
The president did, though, warn House Republicans, don't F with Medicaid, and had other stern words for holdouts disagreeing over deductions to state and local taxes known as SALT. Politico is reporting tonight that a tentative deal has been reached with blue state Republicans to raise the SALT cap.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth joining President Trump Tuesday, announcing plans for a missile defense system known as the Golden Dome.
The Golden Dome for America is a game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans.
Severe weather hitting the South overnight. A tornado reported on the ground in Jackson, Georgia. Others also reported in Alabama and North Georgia. America is listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
NFL players are dreaming of a gold medal. League owners passed a resolution on Tuesday that will allow NFL players to try out to compete in flag football at the 2028 Summer Olympics. Commissioner Roger Goodell said in part, quote, "I know firsthand that the inclusion of flag football in the Olympics has sparked a tremendous amount of excitement among NFL players interested in the chance to compete for their country on the world stage. The vote allows the league to negotiate with the NFL Players Association, Olympic officials, and national governing bodies over safety provisions and scheduling logistics. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I'm sorry, Bill, but the reason you're in the news is because of your personal relationship, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, you're not stopping Instagram posts. This is not a private relationship. It's public at the UNC facility. It's public during a spring game when she's on the field. It's public on social media. Everyone's talking about it. You're there supporting her at the Miss Maine competition. So you've got to come more prepared than say, oh, come on, Michael, you know I don't talk about personal. This is a new Bill Belichick, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the old Bill Belichick. He talks about, we told all the guys, do your job, work hard, and let the team come first. That was the old Bill Belichick. He's talking about the old Bill Belichick when he promotes the book. But when all of this news is driven by your relationship with your 24-year-old girlfriend / business manager, that is now the story. So you're going to have to come prepared with answers to those questions. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Atlanta is emerging as the next robo-taxi hotspot. Partners Uber and Waymo start service in that city this week. Lyft and May Mobility launched there this summer. And Amazon's Zoox has just set a summer launch date for full autonomous testing of its driverless vehicles. Atlanta will be its 7th test city. Amazon is expanding its drone deliveries and says it's received FAA approval to offer drops of things like Apple iPhones, AirPods, AirTags, and Samsung Galaxy cell phones, and they can be delivered in under 60 minutes. All you have to do is select the drone delivery option when you check out if you live in an eligible area. Amazon customers are suddenly getting refunds for products they purchased and returned as far back as 2018. Along with some apologies from the online retailer, Amazon says it discovered unresolved issues, but declined to say how many issues or the overall cost. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow. So, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane. Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, Sea Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's ccradio.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Catch the Phils playing host to the Brew Crew at CBP for a weekend series on Friday, May 30th at 6:45, Saturday, May 31st at 4:05, and Sunday, June 1st at 1:35. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. A series you can't bear to miss. Come see the Phils host the Cubs on Monday, June 9th and Tuesday, June 10th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday, May 21st. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Hump Day Wednesday. That means Tony Bruno is coming up at 7:45 from Florida for another riveting edition of a midweek cut sheet. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday indeed, Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Let's get this thing undergo. Let's go.
We are going to knock it out of the park today.
Maybe.
Unlike Kristi Noem, who doesn't know what habeas corpus is. Bobby Kennedy's like, and I was being drugged or dragged.
Drugged.
Well, he probably was drugged.
Nobody's drugging you.
Bobby Kennedy's probably taken everything in his lifetime. Sometimes he probably self-medicates.
I take some ayahuasca.
You think Bobby's like, boy, remember when they were just pounding away on me over the Medicare, Medicaid disaster on Capitol Hill? Now they're all after Kristi Noem. I don't know how some of these people get the jobs they do, but we'll solve that mystery tomorrow. We have a lot to get to on the show today. A big take. The Biden health story just continues to be the predominant story out there, the cover-up, and also some of the new details going all the way back to 2014. That'll be the theme of the big take today. And by the way, MAGA,
You want your pound of flesh? You got it yesterday, courtesy of Megyn Kelly, who I think actually executed Jake Tapper on live radio.
It's
I've
funny,
never
too,
seen anything like that.
It's funny, too, because they're buddies.
Oh, they are?
They are, yeah.
Well,
maybe not after that interview.
Well, she did a great job.
She did.
She did not hold hands. I like it.
I mean, you have to ask the "Where's Jackie?" question.
Yes.
And he didn't.
Nope.
Like days after he did it.
Nope.
That's malpractice.
It is. It is. The media is just so shot right now.
And everybody, his excuse for everything is, well, yeah, we could have done a better job. Yeah, we could have done a better job. Yeah, do you think?
Yeah. Most people, when they fail, emphatically lose their job. Jake Tapper failed emphatically, gets to write a book about it and make more money.
Anybody who didn't, by the way, book sales must not be going super well because they're plugging the hell out of it on CNN. Yeah. But anybody who wasn't the mainstream media was asking these questions.
No.
So, it's not like it was unheard of that these questions were even out there. Everybody else was asking these questions. And mainstream media was like,
Yep. Yep.
It's like Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. CBS Mornings, total collapse. We'll give you those details.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, again.
Oh, God.
I don't get it, man. Just another bizarre answer to the White House visit with Donald Trump. We'll talk about it. Trump, the COVID shot for kids. Long overdue. We'll talk about that. And Epstein's brother, he's not buying what Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are saying. We'll kick that around. Bruno at 7:45, and of course the cut sheet.
By the way, Sergeant Mark Fusetti, early on the chat this morning, says, "Way to go, Philly! Another 4 years of criminals running our city." I mean,
could have told Mark Fusetti to save his time, effort, and money, but
here's the problem.
He's referring to primary day yesterday. If you're not aware.
Thank you. I mean, the people, at least the people that vote, like Larry Krasner.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing we can do about it, right?
Yep. No.
Maybe he's not as unpopular as people in the media think he is. That's all I'm saying. He's obviously not.
Apparently amongst his constituents, they say, you know what? We want 4 more. Okay. Have your...
I think the Krasner fight is officially over. Honestly.
It's a resignation of...
Yeah.
Nothing will change.
We lost.
Yeah.
Philly is just going to do what Philly does.
Yep,
and
that's
it.
Right.
There's nothing we can do about it. It sounds like you're being defeatist. No, I'm not. I'm being realistic.
Yeah.
The constituents of Philadelphia seem to love Larry Krasner.
Which is interesting because they rejected Helen Gim, yet they're on board with Krasner, and they're both progressive morons.
A 12% turnout. Oh, God. Oh, it's disgraceful.
All right.
It's disgraceful.
Let's get to the news. Route number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this Wednesday morning, May the 21st. 57 degrees and kind of spitting out there, and this is about as good as it's going to get as far as temperature-wise this morning. Full forecast in just a moment, and we'll tell you where some flood watches may be coming in tomorrow and tonight as we look at the forecast. There is a breaking news story as far as, a couple of them. We have in Philadelphia, we have word that Philadelphia police were called to an apartment building. This is West Oak Lane, where a middle-aged man, had suffered a gunshot wound. They carried this man down 3 flights of steps, where then I guess that by that point the ambulance got there and rushed him to the hospital. So we have that shooting under investigation. We also have gunfire erupting in West Philadelphia, striking at least 3 people outside a convenience store. Police saying these gunmen just unloaded. This was a drive-by shooting, 5900 block of Market Street. Late around midnight last night, 1 man shot in his face, critically wounded, in critical condition this morning. Another guy shot in the back, a 3rd guy shot in the leg. All 3 are in the hospital right now. And of course, we don't have a motive. We don't have any suspects. We know that, according to police, they're surveilling all the different cameras that might have been in the area, but all 3 of the gunmen, the shooters, I should say, they got away. They took off in a dark or black Altima, and that's so we don't have any suspects. We don't have any motive. We have primary election day, as we said in Pennsylvania yesterday. Patrick Dugan, fellow Democrat, conceding already to District Attorney Larry Krasner, defeating Dugan. This is the Democrat primary, meaning that it sets up essentially the presumption for his third full term as the incumbent. Why? Well, because he's running unopposed in November. So no Republican on the docket. So DA Larry Krasner declaring a big victory. We also have Matt Wolford, an Erie-based attorney. He won the Republican primary for Commonwealth Court, while Maria Batista of Clarion County, she'll be the Republican nominee for Superior Court. And as far as on the Democrats' side of this primary, uncontested in both of those races. So primary day, as Greg noted, extremely low voter turnout. And so that helped especially here in Philadelphia, that certainly helped the incumbent.
I will say, though, Dugan performed better than I thought, given the percentages of the vote. What did he receive? About 40% of the vote? I had this 80-20 Krasner easily, if not more. I mean, I think I said 80-20 a few days ago, and I don't know, it might have been Stocker that was laughing. He was like, more like 90-10, right? Like, yeah, Krasner won, but it wasn't a blowout.
No, and I think that's, Linda Kearns, our friend Linda Kearns, tells us all the time that a lot of people will show up for the quote-unquote bigger elections, but these elections have huge ramifications as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, unfortunately, a lot of people just don't get out and vote on these primary days.
Yep.
So we got that going on. A couple of stories as far as bizarre video, and the dash cam video of this is incredible. This is firefighters, first responders rushing to the scene, rescuing a driver after his dump truck crashed into a home. This is Woodbury Heights, New Jersey, yesterday afternoon. 1:30, 2 o'clock-ish, man driving the dump truck, 600 block Stratford Ave. He loses control of the vehicle, slams into a utility pole, and then just crushes as he slams into this home. So it's a crazy scene. I know the dash cam video has gone viral, and you can see the truck just going about 50 miles an hour at least, just slams right into this home on Stratford Ave. And so the owner of the truck company, which is Zeisloff Trucking, they did issue a statement saying this is a longtime reliable employee who suffered some kind of a medical emergency behind the wheel. I don't know if it was a heart attack, seizure.
Yeah.
But they said that their employee, and actually the owner, Charles Zeisloff, personally spoke out, said this employee, they know this guy, they vouch for him, something, medical happened here.
Yeah.
And their employee just passed out, didn't even know what happened.
Happened to my grandmother years ago, where she was driving across the little bridge, and she had her sugar just bottomed out. She fainted while she was driving, hit a pole. She was fine. Nobody got injured. She was okay. But yeah, and that's a scary situation. I'm wondering if this person maybe has a history of epilepsy or anything like that. I know people that have had epilepsy or deal with it, and some of them aren't even allowed to drive because it's such an issue.
Well, no doubt. I mean, it's still under investigation, but in this case.
And where was this? Woodbury Township?
Yes. And so in this case, he was trapped in the truck for about 3 hours.
Oh, Phil has the dash cam video.
Do you have the dash cam?
Oh, here we go.
Roll it,
See
Phil.
it. Look at this.
Oh.
He's taking out the whole neighborhood.
Look at this.
Oh, my Lord.
He went through 3 lawns.
Oh, my God.
Right
Right into the
boom.
house. Oh, man.
Right into the chimney.
Wow. Man.
Can you imagine sitting in that house and just watching the Phils, and all of a sudden, boom.
What time of day? Like, was there
1:30-ish in the afternoon.
Were the residents home?
I'm going to say no.
No, I don't think I do. I don't have any word of anybody. Thank God.
Yeah.
To your point, imagine if this had been, let's say 3:30, 3-ish when the kids are coming home from school anything like that.
Yep.
So as far as that, and plus, it's a brick home, so at least it withstood that hit.
Yeah,
and I'm sorry,
on that side of the house.
That's courtesy of ABC News as well. So you're right; it is a national story.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Dawn. Did you say the driver is okay or dead or what?
No, so the driver, we're told, is recovering in the hospital.
Okay.
But they had to get him out of there. It was, 3 hours that he was stuck in the vehicle.
One more time, Phil, just to roll it. if you will. There, I just want to see this.
I feel like I'm watching the old video game Paperboy.
Just over the lawns.
Over the lawns and then right
into their brick,
Yeah.
chimney
Fireplace,
there. Yeah. Oof. It's terrible.
Man.
So they're investigating, the full situation.
Yeah.
And just updating you on another situation, speaking of big objects, big vehicles landing on people's yards, that Penn Star medical chopper we talked about yesterday that made that miracle emergency landing in a residential area. This is White Marsh Township on the Pennsylvania side, Montgomery County. That Penn Star blue and white medical chopper was finally removed from the neighborhood and from somebody's front yard last night. So they, all the residents gathered outside. They hoisted the thing up, put it on a flatbed truck, and now it'll be taken to a facility. The FAA and NTSB, federal investigators, still trying to figure out what forced the chopper to make that emergency landing. And thank goodness all of the personnel on board. They were on their way from Penn Pres Medical Center to Wings Field right there in Bluebell for refueling.
So the residents had to get together to pick it up?
No, the residents just sort of gathered on the street last night.
Okay.
To watch, to witness, yet again another monumental moment as this thing had to be hoisted, the remnants of the chopper, on a flatbed truck and then taken away.
Everybody gather around. Let's get a community photo. Let's pose with the chopper one last time before it's gone.
Well, I heard that there was like a mayday call made from the helicopter.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Release the tapes.
So the three individuals, the flight crew, they were taken to the hospital themselves to be evaluated, but no serious or life-threatening injuries reported.
By the way, the YouTube chat is reporting in the Woodbury Township story that there was a man in the house and he was taken to the hospital.
Oh, thank you for that. I didn't even have that.
Yeah.
So we've got that one going on. We also have, just updating you, remember the 20-year-old who fell from the bleachers onto the field during that seventh inning Pirates-Cubs game? Yeah. It was late last month. Well, now we have an update because there's a Pennsylvania man who's being accused of providing alcohol to that underage baseball fan who then was critically hurt.
Told you.
Fell the 20 feet at PNC Park in Pittsburgh last month.
Yes, indeed. Sober men do not do that gesture. They don't. Well, we remember we broke down the film?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I told you that guy was whacked.
Yeah. Yep.
So here's the thing. The 20-year-old, Kevon Markwood, he fell, but there's the 21-year-old. So you have a 21-year-old, Ethan Kirkwood, of McKeesport, Pennsylvania. He's facing the criminal charges. He's accused of providing the alcohol 2 beers.
What a lightweight.
2
beers and he does that?
Man, come on, guys.
That's the report.
I wouldn't do that after a bottle of Maker's Mark. I mean, but I get it. Legally, you got to be 21. But are we going to waste our time with a 21-year-old supplying alcohol to a 20-year-old? I mean, he didn't get a 14-year-old intoxicated.
I agree with that, Nick.
I
agree with that.
Yep.
There's a theme here that when it comes to teenagers, if you're at a bonfire party in South Jersey and you're the 19-year-old and everybody else is 17 years old, you're the one facing 10 years in prison for arson.
Leave.
Even though you left the party with 20 people still there. In this case, these are adults, a 20-year-old and a 21-year-old. They're probably like 6 months apart. But because one's 21, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You're the one left holding the accountability.
You're right. Just leave situations like that or don't go. But you're right about the 21, and I mean, come on, guys. I mean, I understand, but the 20-year-old should be responsible for himself.
I sure hope those 2 beers were at least like 9.5% IPAs, 24-ounce cans.
Well, you know the ones you get at the ballpark. They're the huge ones.
Oh, yeah. They don't sell
24-ounce cans of Miller Lite.
Miller Lite.
So it's basically
4.
It's basically 4.
Yeah, it's 4.
So it's 48 ounces.
Yeah.
But 4 Miller Lights.
4 waters, and he almost dies.
4 Miller Lights. Come on, man.
Dude.
Maybe they were, all right, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they were at least, pre-gaming.
Yeah, that's maybe. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Delco's listening. They're like, 4 Miller Lights, really, bro?
As far as the 20-year-old, and I know he has a GoFundMe page that they had created. But
who doesn't?
He, his mom and his girlfriend, they were speaking out. He has a broken neck broken clavicle. He's essentially lucky to be alive.
That's going to be a long recovery for that kid.
By the way, these are a lot of updates. I'll say this quickly. This is taking you to South Jersey. Remember the woman that, and you showed this on the YouTube feed, but this was a woman who was accused of dumping a little fluffy white doggy wrapping the dog in a trash bag, throwing him in a dumpster behind the Belmont Apartments there, Whitehorse Pike, back in March. So police in Lindenwold, New Jersey, they say they've arrested and identified the woman who did this. She's ID'd as 38-year-old Turquoise Morton.
Turquoise
is her name.
Yeah.
And she's
guilty.
Charged with abandoning the dog, animal cruelty, a whole bunch of other charges. The only silver lining out of this is that the little fluffy white dog, somebody heard the dog whimpering in that dumpster.
Good.
So that's the person I want identified.
Absolutely.
Because they saved this little severely malnourished, suffering from multiple injuries. So we don't know what the multiple injuries are as well. But this little dog they rescued the dog, brought the dog to a local facility where they brought the little doggy back to health and found a family for him. So the happy ending is the little dog has a family and was rescued.
So the puppy was malnourished. I'm just going to go out on a limb here. Total guess here. Turquoise is not a malnourished female.
Well, we saw.
Remember?
We saw the video.
Did we?
Yeah, she's not.
Okay.
She's not.
Rather large ass.
And by the way, whatever she did to that dog should be done to her. Thank you.
Yeah, put her in the dumpster, let her squirm for a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And we
get food right out of her reach, so her big mitts can't get them. Stuff her fat gullet.
Her meat mitts.
They're meat mitts.
Yes. So they, I know that they were. That we'll continue to follow that one, but at least the doggy's okay.
Yes.
I know that we'll find out the fate of the tush push.
Oh God.
Hot topic: NFL owners gathering again today. I know in the news, Jordan Mailata and others were kind of downplaying the tush push on the eve of the NFL vote.
Yeah.
Is that a sign?
It's just ridiculous. Everybody that's against it, guaranteed if it was your team with your quarterback and your offensive line, you would not be advocating for it to be banned.
True story.
Thank you.
And in other sports news, Phillies, we are victorious again in this series, and I know you're going to tell me
the Rockies stink. They've won 8 games.
I'm feeling World Series here.
7-4. We are victorious.
Okay.
Yeah,
We are the
you're right.
wieners.
The Rockies they have single-digit wins still, right?
They have 8 wins.
How is that possible?
Because they're a dumpster fire.
It's almost Memorial Day. You have 8 wins in baseball.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are they? 8-40 or something to that effect?
8-46 or it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
You have to have double-digit wins by just default.
Yeah.
At this point in baseball.
So to the Phillies, yes, good job, but you got to win these games.
I'm smelling World Series. I can feel it right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, they are in first place. They went into first place yesterday because the Mets are kind of on a downward trajectory.
Yeah, Mets have no spine.
Because all of New York is up in arms because of Juan Soto and is he hustling?
Yeah. Well, it's amazing. You get somebody gives you a check for $765 million and you can't even run out a ball.
Well, he doesn't have to anymore because he's got his 15-year deal.
I know.
For that number, and he's like, yeah, I'm good.
Could you imagine if radio offered 15-year deals? You imagine the people that would just mail it in this industry. This guy got $765 million.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Norm has died. Cheers star George Wendt.
Yeah.
Kind of a shock. I mean, they're saying it's a shock because he died in his sleep at 76.
Yeah.
Good way to go.
But I mean, did you see the size of him?
He was a little big.
Come on, guys.
My parents loved Cheers.
Oh,
He
that was
will be missed.
That was a great show.
Yeah.
And he was a great character on it.
Yeah.
People were sharing that last Cheers episode with him and Ted Danson.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. I would play it for us on YouTube, but we'll get flagged and get another strike.
Big debate broke out yesterday. Speaking of that, is not on YouTube but on X over whether or not Cheers or Seinfeld was the better show.
Seinfeld was the better show.
I agree.
Cheers was a
upbeat,
good show.
Yeah.
It was
11 seasons.
Yeah. Probably top 10.
Oh, for sure.
Well, I was going to say top 5, but I don't think it's top 5. I think it's top 10.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And then you have the spin-off because Kelsey Grammer.
Oh, yeah, Frasier.
Right, Frasier.
That's right. Yeah, I was never a Frasier
Woody
fan.
Harrelson.
Yeah, I was not either, even though it was supposed to be about talk radio.
It
was. He was a radio host.
Yeah.
And so there's so much news going on, but and the Devon Horse Show getting underway.
Oh,
I know all of you equestrians. The Devon Horse Show gets underway at 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh, good.
They're going to have really, maybe the horses are glad it's only 57, a little rain. It'll be nice and cool for the horses, but not for the people.
Yeah, okay.
So rough weather ahead.
Yes, indeed. 57 degrees, showers on the way by about 7:30 this morning, looking at about a 50% chance.
It's spitting now.
And that's only good. That's the high, by the way.
Yeah,
it's not going any warmer today than it is right now at 57 degrees. And then tonight it's going to dip down into the 40s with more rain until we get to the weekend. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com. Your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. MTRule.com. All right, coming up next, it is time for a Wednesday Big Take. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And you've heard me talk extensively about the unbelievable lineup that Piazza has with Mazda. And we're talking about their crossover and their SUV lineup that is available right now, offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and, of course, the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5, the sporty CX-30, those both right in your wheelhouse, well, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. You can shop with confidence today at Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by new tariffs. Visit PiazzaMazda.com. Check it out today.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
In retirement, nobody wants to have one eye on airfare and the other eye on the stock market. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru. Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Too tall, could've used a few pounds. Tight pants points, hollering out.
Kayal and Company.
She was a black-haired beauty with big dark eyes.
6:30
and points all around
on a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno coming up at 7:45, live from Florida for the Cut Sheet.
Way up firm and high.
Joe Biden and the Biden family finally responding to the cancer cover-up claims. We'll get to those details coming up shortly. But first, let's get down to business. A Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take, mainstream media admissions. You know, legacy media is full of lying snakes and weasels. Some of them are bought and paid for, like Jake Tapper of CNN, Joe Scarborough of MSNBC. Some are just plain stupid, like Whoopi Goldberg on The View. Some are pure frauds, like Ryan Clark of ESPN. All of them suffer from TDS, and none of them should be trusted ever again. Why, you ask? Well, they're all complicit in either the Joe Biden cover-up or have been exposed as race hustlers, race baiters, and grifters. We start with the backlash, though, that Jake Tapper is facing, as his new book on the decline of Joe Biden was released yesterday. And in a stunning plot twist, Tapper makes a huge admission. Here he was on Tuesday's Megyn Kelly show. Listen and watch.
And Alex and I are here to say that conservative media was right and conservative media was correct, and that there should be a lot of soul searching, not just among me, but among the legacy media to begin with, all of us, for how this was covered or not covered sufficiently. 100%. So, I mean, I'm not here to defend coverage that I've already acknowledged I wish I could do differently.
That sounds like a guy right there in that moment who was pinned down by Megyn Kelly as she laid out every moment that CNN and Tapper ignored the obvious, and he had nowhere to go but to eat some humble pie. Even an accomplice like the Washington Post feels the same way. WAPO headline, quote, "The Biden cover-up demands deep soul-searching." They write, quote, "Democrats and journalists can't allow sympathy for his cancer diagnosis to delay a reckoning." Forget a reckoning. I believe that right now we're living in a journalism and media revolution. In February, a YouGov poll showed that more Americans trust the Trump administration than they do the mainstream media. 7 months ago, Gallup wrote how American media is now the least trusted American political and civic institution ever surveyed and polled by Gallup. And Pew Research Center with this headline just 13 days ago, quote, "Republicans have become more likely since 2024 to trust information from news outlets like social media." They go on to write, "Americans are now more likely to say they trust information from news organizations and social media sites than they were last year," according to a new Pew Research Center survey. These changes are largely driven by an increase in trust amongst Republicans, which has coincided with President Donald Trump's return to the White House. Around half of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents, 53%, now say they have at least some trust in the information they get from national news organizations, a 13-point increase since September of 2024. And why is that important? Because people are bailing from MSNBC, bailing from CNN, canceling their Washington Post subscription, getting out of the New York Times. And who's thriving? Conservative talk radio, X, Fox News. I think it's important. Personal accountability and professional responsibility. It matters, or at least it should. Tapper is even catching strays from Charlemagne on The Breakfast Club. Listen and watch this.
Announced, President Biden's prostate diagnosis to get in front of that book.
Some of the other stuff that's coming out.
And whatever may be in that book. And I'm looking forward to reading it because I want to see if people like Jake Tapper, hold themselves and their networks like CNN accountable for how much they didn't report on. Because they're all complicit in not calling a thing in regards to President Biden.
Jake Tapper is a weasel, but he's not a lone wolf. He's a weasel in a world full of them. Remember Anthony Scaramucci spent all of 10 days working for Trump in 2017? Another total fraud. Phil, please post this graphic on YouTube. You can see this. June 9th of 2024, he tweeted, "President Biden is in better shape than most people think." And there's obviously a lot of distorted video here on X that makes him look older than he actually looks and feels in person. When he cleans Trump's clock during the debate, it'll be interesting to see how MAGA handles that. Fast forward to May 17th, 2025, just 4 days ago, Scaramucci tweets the following: "Original Sin is a damning book. 25th Amendment should have been invoked. VP Harris, cabinet, and congressional leaders are responsible. They took oaths. The staff is easy to hate, but didn't take oaths. Terrible stain on senior leadership of the Democratic Party." It's amazing. Every single time, is it not? Receipts. We keep the receipts here on Kayal and Company. Then we get to those who aren't just that intelligent. Perfect example, Whoopi Goldberg on The View. Imagine trying to defend Joe Biden and having this take. Listen and watch this.
Trust issue. There has always been a mass trust issue because politicians, media, nobody does what they're supposed to do. Now, I say, for me, listen, he's 83, so he's a little stumbly, he's a little rumbly. I can't point to anything that he's done as that he did.
No, as he's running for his next 4 years.
But I'm saying, I want, not you, but I want somebody to tell me, well, when did you know it was bad? If you knew, why did you wait?
Yeah. So can I get in
He
for a
said
second?
that it was after he moderated the debate.
Yes,
but that's not, I'm sorry, baby. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you're telling me that hundreds of people knew that he was not able to do his job, then where the hell was everybody?
He did his job.
I'm convinced now that Whoopi could fall off the couch and find a way to miss the floor. Then, of course, we have to get to Morning Joe. He was on Mark Halperin's podcast. Things got testy. So what does Scarborough do? He pivots to Trump. Keep in mind, He's on there to talk about his indefensible defense of Joe Biden being cogent. Listen and watch.
Looking back at that, do you say, well, it was misleading to say Best Biden ever without caveating it and say, except on the days when he's not the best Biden ever?
Well, but I never saw those days personally.
Well, you did, because you saw him address a dead congresswoman, and you saw him in South Carolina.
A dead congresswoman, yeah.
Yeah, well, more than that. I can show you. I can show you the RNC clip reels. There were plenty of days in public when he was not the best Biden ever, and of course, shortly after,
he stumbled and bumbled around. Mark, I mean, yeah, he certainly did. Donald Trump did. Other politicians did. But it's actually the same case as a lot of times when I've gone in and talked to Donald Trump. We go on to Donald Trump, and I've heard the media narrative around Donald Trump, and certainly I've been very critical of Donald Trump. And when I leave, I have a better understanding, just like Jeffrey Goldberg did a couple of weeks ago, I have a better understanding of where Donald Trump is mentally, if Donald Trump is losing it, like people have said through the years or not. And so again, am I going to look at a clip that's gone viral and pay more attention to that than 2.5, 3 hours I had with a guy one-on-one going around the world? No, I'm just not going to. Are some of the clips bad? Yeah, they certainly are bad. I can understand why people would see that without the context.
Boy, so much for the kissing of the ring in Mar-a-Lago a few months ago. Anybody trying to argue Donald Trump's mental state compared to Biden's has automatically exposed themselves as a fool and has already lost the argument. But finally, we wrap up with the frauds in the media world in the race baiting business. Gave you the story yesterday of ESPN's Ryan Clark going after RG3, formerly of ESPN, for his sports take that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. We gave you the details of their bitter exchange and back and forth. But the truth always emerges. And when it does, it tends to expose those who usually argue on behalf of a subject where ultimately they are revealed to be the biggest violators of what they advocate for publicly. Remember how Ryan Clark said in the clip we played yesterday that RG3 isn't qualified to talk about what it's like as a black woman to be pushed aside for a white girl because he's married to a white woman? Well, according to Ryan Clark, that was the disqualifier. And then comes Marcellus Wiley, former colleague for both of them, who tweeted the following yesterday: "The apocalypse is upon us. Ryan Clark has a child with a white woman and has the audacity to question the blackness of RG3. Talking about wives? Now that's a foul. Tapper, Scarborough, Goldberg, Clark, all frauds, weasels, liars. And the beauty of X, the beauty of modern technology, is we document all of these terrible opinions, and then we hold you accountable as you try to slip out the back door years later. But here's the deal. Take your victory lap, conservative media consumers. You were right all along, yet again. Even Jake Tapper admitted it. And that's the big take."
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. Dawn, your thoughts on Jake Tapper's admission and also Scarborough's double down?
I just think this is, we've known this for a long time. We saw it, and now others see it. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. So, but we knew this. We all saw this. We predicted it. We saw it during the basement campaign and called it out then, as far as Biden's original basement campaign. All the rest of the truth, it always comes out in the whoosh, as my great-grandma Rose used to say. In the whoosh. It comes out. And so, here's the thing. We can talk about this and say, see, we were right. We saw this. But what is anybody going to do about it? So in other words, do we have better rules on transparency? Do we say that you can never run a basement campaign as the president of the United States of America, that you have to have so many appearances, that a certain number of your doctors or your health and medical information is in fact, it's the duty to release that duty, Greg. It's the duty to release that information to the public. Mm-hmm. Do we, the people, have the right to know that? Even though, obviously, we all value our HIPAA laws, but when it comes to electing, I think arguably the most powerful person in the world and our president, I think that we do have a right to know a little bit more of their medical information.
I watched a good portion of that Megyn Kelly Tapper. And by the way, Alex Thompson from Axios is also in the interview with Tapper and Kelly. And he's just sitting there basically. She didn't even really want to talk to him.
Nobody does.
Just sit in the corner, little guy.
You're 100% right.
I'm going to take care of Strapper here.
Yeah.
And she just picked him apart like chicken off a bone.
Well, like I said to start the show, she has a relationship with him, meaning like they're friendly.
Right.
Because somebody she interviewed somebody earlier, like maybe last week, and I think it was Buck Sexton, and he's like, listen, I know you're friends with him, but like this, and she's like, oh, he's coming on next week, and I'm gonna hold his feet to the fire, and she did.
Yeah.
So credit to her for doing that. I just feel like this whole thing is just, I don't know. I feel like I understand the need to do a victory lap on this, but like Dawn said, like this is nothing we didn't already know. And the fact that people are coming to the party 3 years later, it is what it is. And the fact that he's cashing in on it, if you're stupid enough to buy this book,
oh, I know,
then that's on you.
Yeah,
and
people will. There are dummies out there. People will buy this.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely, they will. And people will buy Comey's book, and but it's not. I don't think there's these large swaths of people, because I think this story lives on cable news and on social media or stations like this. I don't think anybody out there knows Jake Tapper. I don't think anybody knows that he has a book. Certainly, people don't know James Comey. They don't know he has a book.
Yeah, definitely on Comey. Yeah.
So I think in the quote unquote real world, I think that this just nobody knows this is going on.
So the consequences in the real world. Is this a referendum, and is this something that could end the Democrats as we know it moving forward in general elections for the presidency?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
No, not even close, dude.
I would argue that it's going to have to be a disastrous economy for Trump over these next 3 years for the Democrats to, A, find out a viable candidate, and then, B, roll that candidate out and win. Like, if the economy ends up being what we hope it is under Trump, under tariffs, with inflation, cost of living, energy prices coming down, if he is successful, and you can define successful in many different degrees, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you grade Trump on the economy? The year's 2027. If Trump is like a 6 or better on the economy on a scale of 1 to 10, I don't see Democrat. Now, I'm not saying midterms. I'm not saying they can't maybe take back the House or something like that. But right now, with it, and this is to me the big takeaway from just the Biden stuff. We knew that. But it's the culmination of 5 years of every time that you said, no, that doesn't pass the smell test. Whether it's Biden, the COVID shot, the mask, social distancing. I mean, think about that. Social distancing. It just kind of emerged. We just kind of rolled with it. What do you mean you pulled that out of your ass? Really? Yeah. It's everything. It's not just Biden's health. It feels like we were scammed for 5 straight years.
I agree, but we've been banging the drum that legacy media like this is dead, and all they're really doing is proving it. All they're really doing is proving that legacy media is dead, and they're way behind the 8 ball on everything. So agreed. The victory laps are fun, but at the end of the day, it's not something we didn't already know.
True. And as far as the networks and cable news and legacy media that are all dying, the only reason they're still around, honestly, is pharma ads. I gave you that stat months ago on this show. 75% of CNN's revenue is from Big Pharma.
It's crazy.
If Big Pharma ceased to stop, if they just stopped advertising, CNN would close up shop.
Agreed.
They'd be like the other sports station in this city. What are you still around for? Just flip the switch, turn the lights off. It's over.
We could use an FM stick.
Yes. Probably get it for pennies on the dollar right now. All right, 855-839-1210. I've bloviated for long enough. We'll come back. We'll get to the Biden admission finally, which I think might confirm a lot of you, especially Stalker, with the 70 and the testing, and it stops at that point. We'll hit on that. And also, speaking of the news, CBS Mornings, that's about to go away, as is our great rocket scientist, Gayle King. Remember where she went up into space for 11 seconds and came back down and thought she was Buzz Aldrin? I almost said Lance Armstrong. No. I'm going to be Lance Armstrong in a couple of weeks on that bike ride, baby. Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, Kayal and Company, 6:51. Tony Bruno, less than an hour from now. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45, as we wrap up our Joe Biden conversation, as well as the media bias, the complicit nature in which all of these people. This guy He's still bringing it, man. He's got his fastball. Everything you see and hear, these are cheap fakes. These are distorted videos on X. Joe Biden and the Biden family yesterday finally breaking their silence. This is from the Daily Mail. I'll read this verbatim. Former President Joe Biden had to shut down conspiracies that he was diagnosed with prostate cancer before last week. Prior to Friday, President Biden had never been diagnosed with prostate cancer. A spokesperson for Biden insisted yesterday. It added that Biden did not have the test done to check for prostate problems since 2014. The statement came after President Donald Trump repeated on Monday conspiracies that Biden knew he had cancer for a long time and that hiding the diagnosis was part of the team's cover-up of his health and his decline while in office. Trump said, quote, "I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time." So we go back to that date of 2014. That's 11 years ago. Biden is now, 82? So we're talking roughly 70, and that confirms kind of
what Greg said.
Yeah, the opinion of at 70, they just shut it down. Which, the more I thought about that and the rationale behind it. So if you're 75 years old, right, and you're in good health, they just stopped doing this because what? They don't value your life?
They have a lot of false positives. Isn't it kind of ironic?
Yeah.
That this is one of those, broad brush policies that they come up with. Oh, you don't need this test anymore.
Yeah.
And then everybody follows it.
Yes.
And unless you say to your doctor, or unless your doctor says, you know what? Let's just run the test and see what we get here.
Which is what I would do.
Right?
Now, I'm not going to have to worry about it because I'll be dead by 60.
60, yeah.
But in the event I'm still around.
Oh my God.
In the event I'm still around at 70, and they say we're going to stop testing for it, I'm going to say no. We should.
Yeah, we should.
It's because you're going to have to wait a long time to get your payoff.
Yeah.
But it's like a bet it and forget it type thing. It's like a 529 for your kids. You just dump some money in, and then 20 years from now, you worry about it.
The Nick Kale death pool. I
Yes.
like it.
God,
I like
death pool.
But I'm telling you, for me personally, like you just said, Dawn, at 70, I'm going to say, no. Every single year, I want to be tested for that.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you live to be 88 and you stop testing at 70, and then at 74 you find out you have stage 4, and you could have lived longer, and then you die?
They say that with prostates, like if you get to a certain age, you can get it, but it takes a long time to actually kill you. Like you're gonna die from natural causes first. I agree with both of you. I think that they should test you, and I think I'm going to make the ruling that even at 70, if I make it that long, that I will, no matter what it costs, I'm going to be like, just test me for it, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All of those things. Absolutely. There's no way I'm just going to adhere to that. And then everybody kind of just marches, to your point, Dawn, with the people being sheep, they just follow along with it. Okay.
I also want to know, like when you become president of the United States, HIPAA violations be damned.
Totally agree.
You know what I mean? They should test you for everything.
Yes.
I was not kidding yesterday when I said I went test for flu, cold, whatever it is, allergies. I want to know every thing my president has.
We pay their salaries.
Absolutely.
And we vote for these people.
Yep.
We're the reason they exist.
Yep.
If Joe Biden has a hangnail, I need to know about it.
Agreed.
But
if Trump has a hangnail, we need to know about
it.
Yeah, remember when Trump was president, everybody talked about his health, his weight. Remember Nancy Pelosi, the vampire woman? He's an obese person. She had all kinds of things. His mental health. Remember that whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
They wanted the mental health test. They had doctors. They dug out of wherever, the psychiatrists who said he had mental health problems. With Trump, I'm talking about. So the media was very interested in Trump's physical and mental health.
Oh, of course.
But all of a sudden, Biden gets in and nothing to see here.
Yep. Trump looks like he's gained 3 pounds.
Yeah.
He's unfit to serve. By the way, here's how Nancy Pelosi sounds when she doesn't have her dentures in. Love that. It's going to be an all-time drop. All right, coming up, round number 2 of the news with Dawn. Jalen Hurts still doesn't satisfy me.
I was on something yesterday.
That was great.
By the way, Jalen Hurts, learn the English language, bro. Seriously. I just enough with this. Enough with it. You should hear the way he butchers the English language when he when he answers this question.
I know. He makes me seem like a Rhodes Scholar. Kayal Company, Hour 2 is next.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus all month long. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $359 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $449 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into their showroom today or visit them online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
This room needs a statement piece.
Bucks County Estate Traders is loaded with beautiful, unique pieces of all styles. It's huge, and truckloads of incredible items arrive daily.
Sounds overwhelming.
It's a breeze. Every item has a QR code that puts its info at your fingertips, and their friendly designers are there to help. In fact, open BucksCountyEstateTraders.com, and we can shop now.
Oh, I love that.
Let's go. It's their Memorial Day sale.
Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom and save 20 to 50% store-wide. Sale ends soon. Now open extended hours and Sundays.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Early morning yesterday, I was up before the dawn, and I really have enjoyed my stay, but I must be moving on. Like a king without a castle, like a queen without a throne, I'm an early morning lover, and I must be moving on.
7 a.m. hour underway. It's Kayal and Company here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, as many of you love to do. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. The cut sheet is coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno probably doing a little long toss right now. Stretching, getting some rips in the cage. Probably diving into the YouTube chat himself. Have your own conversations in there. Start your own chat, your own show. It's a show. It's a community within itself. It's very fascinating. I try to avoid the comments. By the way, I'm getting killed on X about the Larry Krasner stuff from last night. And I tweeted, elections have consequences. This is what you get. You deserve it. Philadelphia, city of morons, the whole bit, right? And for somebody who doesn't live in Philadelphia, you sure seem to have a vested interest in it.
Yeah,
like, dude, I do talk radio in the heart of the city. Of course, I have an opinion on it.
This is our city, man. What are you talking
What,
about?
just because you live in Montgomery County or Bucks County?
Yeah, I love
you
that.
can't have a take on Larry Krasner?
I love that. I love the people who say, well, you don't live in the city, so you have no idea. Like, okay, but I'm here every day. Yeah.
So our friend Linda Kearns, election integrity attorney, and our friend, she texted me. She's listening. She said, even though it looks like Judge Dugan got enough write-in votes to actually be on the Republican ballot for November, he can turn that down and refuse. And because if you look at, how many votes Krasner got on the Democrat side, you have to say to yourself, she writes, it's clear enough Democrats support Krasner.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be difficult or perhaps virtually impossible for Judge Dugan to beat Krasner in November.
Okay.
But she did point out, and that's a good point, thank you, Linda Kearns, that, she points out how many people wrote in the name of, if you're Republican, if you're a registered Republican, you could write in because there was no Republican in the primary. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it shows you a lot of people, tried to put in their choice.
I wonder what Dom's going to have to say at noon today.
Probably not. I mean, probably just not surprised. Look,
nobody spends more time talking about Larry Krasner. I mean,
right?
that's Dom's, that's his niche, right?
Krasnerland.
Yeah, I mean, he's dedicated a segment to this buffoon.
I think once you get to this point, I think it's tough to beat an entrenched incumbent.
I would just love to talk to the people that actually did vote for Krasner, and I would just say this. Here would be the stock question. I'd go right down the list with every single person that's lined up. What exactly do you like about Larry Krasner? And just record their answer. What exactly do you like about Larry Krasner?
By the way,
I don't get it.
If you really think about it, Philly is a city of Dawn is right. It's like we like things that we know.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean if they're good or if they're not good.
Big creatures of habit.
We're creatures of habit. I mean, just look at the radio landscape.
Oh yes.
The morning radio show that's number one in this city is not a good show. It's just that it's been on the air for 30 years. So people are like, I wake up in the morning and I turn the radio dial onto this and people talk and that's what I like. It's not a good show. They're firing people left and right. And for some reason, the people reward them in the city. I'm not really sure why, because it's not a good show.
Yeah.
So I just feel like this city is a city of well, we know what we know, we like what we like, and we're just gonna keep going down this road.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think we're like that in a lot of different categories.
Yes.
Yeah, we really are. All right, round number 2 of the news at 7:07. You just
yeah, that event that we have tonight is gonna be fun.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get a lot of.
Yeah, you might want to come like pre-lubed.
I'm gonna come with a bulletproof vest. Wait till you hear my Jalen Hurts take.
Oh boy, that'll go over well down the other wing of this building.
And here's the Lombardi Trophy, guys.
Odyssey is proud to announce that Nick Kayal is now the brand manager at 1210 WPHT. We wish Greg Stocker the best in his future endeavors. He served 20 years.
I can't wait till that email comes out. I can't wait.
The city might rejoice. They're gonna be climbing poles on Market Street as you're walking out with your little basket of your stuff from your cubicle. Police escort.
Oh, I'm crying.
All right, Dawn, what do we have in the news? Who got shot?
Well, that's just it. There are so many shootings today. As we look at the news this morning, we do have some updates for you as far as all these different shootings that happened overnight. One that's making headlines this morning happened this morning as Philadelphia police responded to 911 calls and discovered a man shot multiple times while he was in bed in a West Oak Lane apartment. And so the officers rushing inside this third-floor apartment. This is 7100 block of Ogons Ave. And according to police here, the police officers carried this man, middle-aged man, there on his mattress, bleeding, several gunshot wounds all over his body, his torso, his hip, his back, his legs. He was conscious, suffering in severe pain. So the officers pick this man up and carry him down 3 flights of stairs. And by then the ambulance gets there and he was rushed to the hospital. So they, by all accounts, saved his life with their quick and physical, you imagine carrying a man, carrying somebody down 3 flights of stairs, saving his life thus far. He's in critical condition right now. But on the other side, who did this? Who fired, at least 6 shots into this man? What was going on here? So they're searching for the gunman or gunmen. We don't have the answer, or the motive here. We don't have that information. On the other hand, we have 3 men shot, and the front glass of a takeout spot, by the way, just blasted out, just shattered. Philadelphia police calling this one a drive-by shooting right near SEPTA's Market, Frankfurt L. And both of these investigations took place overnight. So in this one, the shooter's firing after a dark-colored Nissan Altima pulls up along Market Street, right near 60th Street. This is West Philadelphia, just before midnight. And officers, again, 911 calls. They found 2 men bleeding from those gunshot wounds along Market Street. And those men, along with another guy who arrived by private car, they're all being treated in the hospital.
Private car. I love it. It's amazing. Boy, they can't wait to give you the make and model of the vehicle. But boy, they will go out kicking and screaming not to reveal the identities of these individuals. It's amazing. If a car could talk, they would be offended today.
Well, the motives in all of these situations, and these are just a couple of the shootings we're highlighting or low lighting, however you want to describe that. But that leads me into the primary election here in Pennsylvania yesterday, as District Attorney Larry Krasner, the incumbent, defeating Patrick Dugan in the primary on the Democrat side, because there's no Republican running in November. Obviously, Krasner is the presumed, next DA keeping his job. But Krasner last night, when he spoke after he spoke declaring victory, he talked about how crime is down, murder is down, how less people are in jail in our region. And so quoting percentages and numbers, just saying that he has helped these lower percentages of crimes in Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, lower populations of jails. That's the byproduct of a district attorney that doesn't prosecute crime.
Yeah, and to you said lower population. You're exactly right. We have a huge level of tens of thousands of people have left Philadelphia, lower population.
Mm-hmm.
So we, on the Republican side, I'll take you to the Erie-based attorney, Matt Wolford. He won the Republican primary for Commonwealth Court. Maria Batista of Clarion County will be the Republican nominee for Superior Court. And the Democrats, they're uncontested in both of those races. So just highlighting a little bit for you on that side. We do have an update as far as that dump truck, and this has gone viral and international with that dash cam video of a dump truck just driving through a neighborhood, all the lush green lawns, slamming into. Yeah, you're looking at it right now. This is the dash cam.
Bam!
This is
Man. Oof.
Woodbury Heights, New Jersey, in the afternoon yesterday, 1:30-ish in the afternoon. So this man driving a dump truck, we now know, had some kind of a medical episode, passed out. This is 600 block of Stratford Avenue. So he loses control. You see him strike the utility pole and slam into this home. Chaotic scene where this man in the dump truck, he was trapped in this truck for hours. So also there was a man inside the home who neighbors came to his rescue. But let me tell you something. This home, after they got, the man out of the dump truck, after they got the man out of his home, they're both taken to the hospital and being treated, non-life-threatening injuries for the homeowner. But do you know that then, after that, all this debris all over there, the crews removed the truck, and then the home was, they say, just demolished.
Oh, my God.
It's
wow.
a total loss.
Of course. Yeah, a dump truck that's going probably, how fast do you think that dump truck was going?
At least 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Roll it again, Phil.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. I mean, all right, so that's 1 yard, 2 yards.
So through people's
3,
yards.
4, that's at least 50 miles an hour for 50 yards minimum.
Keep the video rolling here, Phil, because you can see the demolition or the house.
There's the stretcher.
You see after they extricate him from the dump truck, and you saw those first responders getting him on the stretcher. It took 3 hours.
Wow. So you can see them. Yeah. If you're youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're here.
Amazing
so
nobody was killed.
Right there. And then
so think what
he
Greg is
crosses
saying.
into the other lane.
Yeah. Crosses into oncoming traffic.
Oh, God.
Slams into a utility pole.
Yep. There goes the cable lines. Power lines. Bang.
And boom, into the brick, chimney there.
Yeah.
But this home, you think about it, it's a little bit older, brick and stucco, or brick and, siding there, but still the home, a well-constructed home, you think about that. If somebody had been in that side of the home, they would have been killed.
100%.
Imagine being on the other side of the home, right? Further over on the right-hand side. And maybe you're using the bathroom upstairs and you're just sitting there and you're doom scrolling on your phone. And all of a sudden, here comes the dump truck right through your house. And then it just stops, 2 feet away from you. You imagine that experience?
It's crazy.
Judith, you're never going to believe this.
Honey, I swear, I was sitting there reading Nick Kayal's X feed, and boom, the construction thing. Just pow!
Man, well, thank God nobody was critically injured.
Yes, and that's especially for the homeowner, non-life-threatening injuries. Another headline this morning, as you're waking up, a lot of news to talk about with Trump and the big, beautiful bill. I know we'll get to all of that. But as far as peace between Ukraine and Russia, the door is open. According to Italy's prime minister, yes, the Vatican, the Pope has opened the door as far as peace talks, and the Pope is willing to host peace talks between Ukraine and Russia to try to end the 3-year war, Russia-Ukraine. So that's a pretty big headline for Pope Leo, who, of course, has roots in our region, Delco,
right.
Villanova, first American pope, born in Chicago. But Pope Leo confirming to Giorgia Meloni, Italy's prime minister, that yes, he will open the door. He is happy to host in the Vatican the next round of peace talks or negotiations to try to end this war between Russia and Ukraine. So that's the word. The Holy Father confirming his readiness to host these talks, Pope Leo.
But is the Pope allowed to comment on Larry Krasner winning the primary? Because technically he was in Delco, so he's not a Philly guy.
Meanwhile, Israel's preparing a strike on Iran. So,
Yes.
So, there's that.
Great. If you're Trump and you just want to have peace, right? Like, he just doesn't want to have war. He should just grab Putin and Zelensky and say, listen, you guys figure this the F out, or I'm going to wipe you both out. Just do it. Just end it. Just enough of this. We're at 3 years and February of 2022. 3 years and 3 months of a stupid war. And then, of course, don't get me started on the Middle East. Biblical times they've been doing this.
Even though Israel has had this, they did report, what was that? We learned it Monday that Israel found this. They say that they found the body of Hamas's leader, Mohammed Sinwar, in a tunnel. So that he was killed in a series of airstrikes.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, we're gonna build a Golden Dome.
Yes, Trump talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
The Golden Dome.
Yeah, what's the price tag on that?
The beautiful Golden Dome.
Yeah. For all these fiscal hawks out there, boy, we're spending money like it's water, aren't we?
So Trump unveiling his plans for the Golden Dome missile defense system, which would cost, if you asked what the cost, $175 billion.
Oh, is that all?
How
missile
much?
defense system. $175 billion system. For the first time, the U.S. would put weapons in space.
Okay.
So there's that going on.
Right.
I know that we'll talk about the NFL leaders meeting, the tush push. Will they end the tush push? Because who wants that? The Green Bay, is it Green Bay? They've been whining about it.
All the teams that can't stop it want it out.
Yeah.
It's like the shift in baseball, hack-a-shack in the NBA. Find a way to beat somebody if you can't stop it, or do it yourself. If it's such an unstoppable play, why do we not see every other team try to run that play?
Another headline is that Jalen Hurts has once again he has declined to go into any detail on he just missed the Eagles Super Bowl celebration at the White House. He wasn't available.
Can we play this?
I wasn't available. I don't think that's pertinent. Everyone who went and was available, they seemed to enjoy themselves.
I wasn't available.
I don't think that's pertinent.
I wasn't available. Hey, you want to go to the prom? I wasn't available. You want to go to the movies Friday night? Couldn't.
I wasn't available.
Wasn't available. Why didn't you pick up your phone? I wasn't available.
Wasn't available.
Yeah.
But good for him. He's sticking to his guns.
It's just
wasn't available.
Yeah, but it's
okay.
It's like I have no problem if he decided to go or not go, but just don't be so. It's condescending. It's passive aggressive. It's, dude, just hey, I'm not going. Not my thing. But the way he just goes about it, and the whole video from that awards ceremony that he was at, was that for Time, I believe, Time magazine? Remember we played it, and he just gave the smirk.
Yep.
It's like, come on, dude. Either sack up and say, I'm not a Trump guy, I'm not interested. I have more respect for you if you said, dude, I don't like Donald Trump, man, I ain't going.
Agreed.
I would have more respect for it. And it's
agree.
your right, it's your opinion.
Yep.
But stop sissy-footing around the whole thing.
Yeah.
And we should congratulate, even though we don't have the details, we have to congratulate Nick on a big, huge new contract. Nick Sirianni, Eagles coach.
So everybody, all these Knicks are getting paid.
Big bucks.
Nick Nurse, Nick Castellanos.
Not as much as our Nick.
Nick Sirianni.
But,
Wait, remember when Nick Sirianni was labeled on the hot seat?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When he had this moment where he talked about the planting the seeds.
The flowers.
Remember that the flowers
That'll go down in infamy.
Yeah.
The garden, but that they liked it.
Yeah.
Make it takes a little bit for the roots
Uh-huh.
to grow. And
I remember hearing Philadelphia sports talk radio callers after they heard that analogy. He can't coach. We're doomed. Bring back Doug Peterson.
oh my God.
2 Super Bowl trips later and a Super Bowl trophy, and now my man's getting paid. Good for him.
So I know that we have a lot going on nationally, internationally to talk about. But for us, I know that there's some pretty ugly, raw, rainy weather. I'm sorry. This is basically as good as it gets.
Is it going to clear up before Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, it is.
Is it, Nick?
Yes, it is. Showers beginning any moment. We're only going up to 58 today.
I think it's raining now.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. with this. By the way, they finished our building next door. How about that?
It's not finished, but
no?
Yeah.
It looks nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard to tell if it's raining because all I have is like a little crevice of light, which, by the way, I love when the light comes in here, the sun, as the sun rises. And then Jimmy Kelly, because Jimmy Kelly, Mr. Vision himself, he decides to pull the blinds down.
I tell him to.
Oh, you tell him to?
Yeah, because Dawn and I get glares.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the glare coming in.
No, I don't.
Feels good.
I don't.
Yeah.
Come on, we're in the TV business, Nick.
It's only going up to 58 today, and then the rain will be out of here as Friday evening rolls around. So we will have a nice Memorial Day weekend. Brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. We will come back, hit on a couple of other stories before Tony Bruno arrives for the cut sheet at 7:45. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC units summer ready. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if my guys at Marvin E. Cans, if they feel that your unit, maybe it needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price. And they'll install a high-efficiency Train, T-R-A-N-E, Train AC unit. Hard to stop a train, as they say. MarvinECans.com, K-A-N-Z-E.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report. 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Right now, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading. Current inventory is unaffected by any new tariffs. Visit piazzamazda.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Your sister in a Sunday dress. She's out to please, she pounds her best. She's out to take, no need to try.
Monster. It's Kayal and Company. 7:30 live on a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno, the cut sheet in 15 minutes. 855-839-1210. If you want to join the show, the cut sheet's going to be glorious today. All sorts of gems, including Day 2 of the now sponsored Fight Club, because fights equal ratings.
And by the way, today's installment of Fight Club, by the way, sponsored by our wonderful sponsor, Tri-County Auto Group, is women in a Walmart.
Women in a Walmart.
It's all my favorite things.
Oh boy!
You see butt cheeks. You see the whole thing. It's a
battle royale.
It's a battle roy.
Oh boy! I see a lot of fatzos in sweatpants and Crocs. I can I can already see it playing out in my head right now.
Coming up at 9:10.
Walmart. 855-839-1210. Well, Jeffrey Epstein's brother is not buying what Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are selling. I'd like to actually just get into this. I've got some quotes here from the New York Post. Jeffrey Epstein's brother refusing to accept that his pedophile brother died by suicide, angrily attacking FBI Director Kash Patel and Dan Bongino for dismissing long-running conspiracy theories that it could have been a murder. Patel, quote, wasn't there. He didn't see the body. He didn't see the autopsy. Mark Epstein told the Daily Mail of his brother's death in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He has no idea what the F he's talking about, he said of Patel, dismissing the possibility that the pedophile's death was anything but suicide. Mark Epstein also goes on to say, quote, it would be a lot easier for me if I thought it was suicide, but there's a long list of things that point away from it. He goes on to say, there are 6 levels of security in that prison before you get to that tier, he said of the cell where his brother was found. But there were 11 or 12 inmates on the tier that would not have to go in or out of the tier to kill somebody in their cell. Supposedly, cell doors were left locked. There's your answer. Somebody could have got into Jeff's cell and killed him. And, of course, we know about the cameras, how they stopped working suddenly, and we had technology issues on that tier.
And he wasn't on, they took him off suicide watch a couple days
And they
before.
took him off suicide watch.
Yeah.
All just a coincidence.
So let's take a trip down memory lane here. Here is Dan Bongino on his show in 2023, and then you'll hear a little bit of him fast forward now in his role as basically the number 2 to Patel with the FBI. And then I'll go back and I'm going to give you the full chunk of it with Maria Bartiromo. But let's hear Dan when he was all words in 2023.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Now, Phil, let's roll the full clip of Bongino and Patel from Sunday.
Can I ask a question here, though? I want to know what they saw, because they obviously saw something. So let us see, if you can, the evidence. What is the evidence? Maria Bartiromo should have done a better job, I believe, of really narrowing down on this issue and just been said something to the effect of, okay, you were very sure about this a year or two ago. So what has changed? What did you see that made you so conclusively sure that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself with the help of nobody else?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you on wanting more pushback and resistance from Maria, but I'm more fascinated by how Bongino, we got to keep our eyes on this, folks. We are not going to let our foot off the gas. This thing stinks to high hell. I've probably been told something, blah. Then you get in there and it's like, hey, man, I've seen the file. He killed himself.
All right, well,
nothing else to say.
All right, well, let me play devil's advocate with you then. Maybe the conspiracy people are not correct. Maybe it's just as simple as we, you know what I mean, as we think it is.
So it's as simple as he killed himself, and there are no smoking guns as far as all these salacious names on the list.
I don't know.
I find it hard to believe that would be an 0 for 2. Again, I don't know anything. I'm just saying it would be very hard for me to believe that, yeah, he hung himself, and the Bill Gateses of the world, the Clintons, all the names that everybody speculates about, man, none of them did anything nefarious.
So
that would be the shocker of the century.
So what did they all see that made Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, what did they see that made them all flip? Because every single one of them has flipped.
There are either people on that list that are near and dear to these individuals, professionally or personally, or it's just so bad that they've been told this cannot get out. It would be the end of civilization as we know it. Or maybe, and look, when you enter the swamp, I mean, maybe people have stuff on Bongino, right? I'm not. I have no clue if Dan Bongino's a good guy or if he's got baggage as well. Don't really care, to be honest. He's in there for a role. I think he's qualified for that role. But when you're with Epstein, and then you come out and it's like it's just a nothing burger. Come on, dude.
Well, I think it's evident. That Jeffrey Epstein was in the blackmailing business. I mean, he did these. He did these things to get dirt on high-profile, powerful people that may be heads of state, that may be heads of other countries. You know what I mean? Like so. I believe that this was a giant blackmail operation that he was running, and there might be people that don't want to get found out.
More likely to be juicy, salacious with the names of all these heinous acts. Epstein or Diddy?
Say again?
Epstein or Diddy, as far as, oh my God, can you believe who's on these lists? As far as nefarious acts with
Epstein,
minors.
Epstein,
because
Epstein 100%.
Okay.
Because I do believe the stories. There are too many of them, and it goes back too many years, that with Epstein, that he was being used as one of those confidential informants, cut a deal. And this from law enforcement sources, right? That they, and I know I've watched all the documentary, all the documentaries on him and all the law enforcement reports on him. But I just think it's so plausible that Epstein, if he had people coming in from around the world, and some of these were very powerful and or very wealthy, and especially the connections and throughout Europe. Not just people focus on the prince of the favorite son of the queen or whatever, but I think more the leaders who have a little freak on of their own. Let's say in the Middle East, right? Where right now, what do we have? We have the Middle East peace talks going on, and so is that information that they have on some of those freaky freaks who are powerful individuals in the Middle East. They've got dirt on them. They've got video of them with an underage kid.
So we're doing this to protect leaders in the Middle East?
No, I think that no. I think that it's leverage. It's to say it's to put pressure on whatever, because they have video of them doing really nasty stuff.
Yeah, I don't
allegedly.
Yeah.
I'm surprised James O'Keefe hasn't been
do.
able to find this stuff.
No, but why do you think? Where are the videos? Where are the videos?
Well, the claim is they were destroyed, correct?
No, the claim is that they're going through them, and there's quote unquote child porn on there that we never knew about before, but now they have to go through that, and we have to make sure that no innocent faces or names or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Leaked out.
I've heard that explanation, but I thought the actual video surveillance cameras themselves were destroyed. Is that incorrect?
No, these were videos. In other words, he had cameras like in every room.
Right.
So these were people who were the guests who were doing whatever they were doing with underage kids, and this was all recorded.
And look,
he kept all the dirt on it. So
I'm consistent with all of the redactions as far as if you have to protect, minors or victims, I get it, but you do not redact any perp.
Right. Well, wait a minute though.
Right.
For the greater good. I mean, think about war. Think about what this means. So let's just say now they have somebody, let's say a leader or one of the most powerful people, let's just say in the Middle East. And right now they're pushing for whatever their deal to get done for peace in the Middle East. They can reach out, operatives can reach out to that individual and say, you better push whoever, because you have ties to this person. You have a unique connection. So that's, I think, when these types of sicko videos become valuable. And think about wars. Think about how they send our sons and daughters into war to give of their lives. So what does it matter if it's a video? It's valuable and could save lives and could bring forth world peace. I think that I'm just giving you a scenario, a hypothetical by which this could be plausible.
Yeah.
By the way, our buddy Road Warrior sent me a text, and I think this is pertinent to what we're talking about. He saw the autopsy photos of Jeffrey Epstein.
I've seen. There's a picture of the the mark around his neck.
So
that's public on the internet.
We know that he used to do this stuff, right?
Yes.
So he said what was not present on the body is just as important as what is. During strangulation and lack of breathing, everyone has an innate drive to stop the cause. So think about it. If you're hanging yourself, your body reacts by grabbing onto the thing to
your
stop
limbs, everything,
to stop it from to stop the strangulation from happening. There was none of that. The furrows in the neck skin was fixed, extending up behind both ears. Strangulation is always more parallel, not upward. There was no abrasion from the sheet on the neck, which would be present during a struggle. There was no abrasion on contusion patterns on neck from Epstein attempting to dislodge the mechanism, which was the sheet, all of which would be present during strangulation.
Mm-hmm.
Was he conscious? No contusions anywhere where loss of consciousness present from blunt force trauma. Chemicals would be present during toxic screenings, which I was told was clean.
Yeah.
Part of this
he
was
did not kill himself. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Part of it was, remember, this was like a year or so ago, his brother Mark Epstein and the family, they got their own expert to do their own, autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
And so they released some of these pictures, and their expert, a forensic pathologist, had said the evidence showed, much to what Road Warrior is saying, that it shows a different scenario. They're pushing back on the conclusion that he committed suicide.
Mm-hmm. Let's roll this clip again. This was Maria Bartiromo Sunday on her Sunday morning show on Fox News with Bongino and Patel side by side talking about Epstein.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I know it's hard work.
Two more bite the dust, in my opinion. 855-839-1210. Tony Bruno's going to join us here in just a moment for the cut sheet.
So are they lying or is it?
Yes, they're lying.
Well, technically, they're not lying. So technically, the report that they were given, that Dan Bongino is referring to, he's looking at, I'm sure, the coroner's report was released. And so he's looking at the file, and here are these officials, these medical examiners, who are giving their reasons as to why they believe, and why they have concluded that this was a case of suicide. So I don't think, hey, look, here's a report, Nick Kayal. Here's the report from all the officials. Please review the report, which says he committed suicide, and now you're going to go up before the cameras and you're going to quote it. That's all they did. That's what they did. They just regurgitated what the official report says, and you don't hear them, ask questions like Bongino used to.
Of course
because
not.
he's
Of course
reading the
not.
official report.
Bongino's a former cop, right? Road Warrior is a former cop. Road Warrior has this on his Twitter profile, so I don't think I'm out of line by saying it. He was a homicide detective for 35 years. His Twitter feed says retired homicide detective, 35 years. So what we should do, what I would love to do, since both people have been in the profession and know what a suicide looks like, and with all of the analysis that Road Warrior gave, I would like to show that analysis to Dan Bongino and ask him, say, sir, do you still believe that Epstein killed himself? Because somebody that I would say is your peer on a police level says none of this adds up to suicide based on all the forensics.
Because they said, I'm sorry.
No. To me, he's giving the same spin that everybody else in that position has had to give for years. I'm just saying, folks, I know we all love Dan. We love Dan Bongino, right? Yeah.
All he's doing is they gave him the report, and he's properly, as an official, because he's an official now, he's just quoting the report.
Yeah.
I see the file, and this is what the file that they gave me says. So what else is there? And DOJ, by the way, released hundreds of photos of the scene but what was the issue? And it was that it looked like a wire. Is that what you said, or Road Warrior said?
Yeah.
It looked like a wire mark, and he had like that orange piece of sheet that wouldn't have made that. I think was that the real question.
I'm also, yes, it was. I'm also thinking about the other notable suicides that have been caught up in like Hollywood drama and productions. I'd like to see the Aaron Hernandez photos again of Aaron Hernandez who, quote, hung himself in his prison cell, and compare and contrast those to Jeffrey Epstein, who apparently hung himself in a prison cell, and just see the differences. Because if what Road Warrior is saying is correct, and I have no reason to believe that anything he said is wrong, I mean, he did it for 3.5 decades, I'd like to just be able to say, okay, well, then that checks off, okay, that makes total sense. And then we look at Aaron Hernandez and we're like, whoa, this is it. Now, I guess everybody's body is different. They're built differently. One's a former football player. The other was a little weasel. But to me, if they both, quote, hung themselves, then there should be consistency in what we physically see on the body post-suicide as, these coroners are doing their reports.
Photos don't lie, right? I mean, it is what it is. You see it there.
Yeah.
And you would think that they would have access to see everything that the general public does.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
But look at some of the comments. Some people are saying that's not even his body. He's not dead. I mean, so everybody has their.
Actually, there's an Apple TV documentary out right now that says that Jim Morrison is not dead from The Doors.
Oh.
He's actually living in Syracuse, New York.
Is that right?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
There you go.
And there's
All
a
right.
whole documentary to prove it. And I believe it because I saw it on a documentary.
There you go.
Tony Bruno's here.
Tony
by the way.
Bruno is here. Hello, Tony Bruno.
Good morning, and thank you forget about Epstein. Philadelphia is dead thanks to 41,000 people who voted for Larry Krasner in a city of how many people in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
41,000 registered Democrats voted for Larry Krasner. The other guy, 27,000. So 68,000 total people voted yesterday in a DA primary race. Congratulations, Philly. You get what you deserve.
Correct. Before we get to the cut sheet, Bruno, I think you're coming through on Zoom, but you're not coming through on your mic. So if you want to...
My mic's not on?
No, your mic is not on. We're getting you through the computer monitor.
Miss Robin, please turn him on.
Send in Robin in the
Robin,
tech squad.
No, Robin can't turn me on anymore. She's tired. I'm tired.
Without further
Let me go to
ado.
my system settings.
Yeah.
Let me go to my system settings. Here.
Yeah,
Hang
you
on.
do that and just be quiet while you do it, and we're going to play the cut sheet.
All right.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno is sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's making waves with new Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Fin Ice. That's right, Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Fin Ice. Oh yeah, with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavor in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Fin Ice at Rita's today. Be Kool-Aid at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important What Up Wednesday Tony Bruno edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Rita's. Thank you, Rita's. Okay. I just want to get into this Jake Tapper thing for a few minutes. So, Nick, you did your big take on it this morning.
Here comes Robin.
I'm down there for a second.
Phil, maybe take them off of YouTube. I don't think everybody needs to see people in their pajamas.
No, we want to see it.
Now, people would probably sign up for that.
Yeah.
Jake Tapper goes scorched earth on Hunter Biden. Did you guys see this? He went on, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, who basically says nothing, went on the Katie Couric podcast.
She's got a podcast?
Of course. The Katie Couric podcast.
Okay.
And he just goes off on Hunter Biden. Again, dude, I like this side of the Jake Tapper personality. Where you been, brah? Roll it.
How big a factor was the Hunter stuff?
I think it was considerable. I think Hunter was driving the decision making for the family in a way that he was almost like a chief of staff of the family.
Does that strike you as pretty bizarre?
It's bizarre because I think he is provably, demonstrably unethical, sleazy, and prone to horrible decisions.
Wow. Tell me how you really feel.
Well, I mean, I'm just look at the record. I mean, after his brother died, he cheated on his wife with his brother's widow and then got her addicted to crack. That's just one thing I could say. I mean, I don't have a lot of personal regard for him, and just based on having nothing to do with, I barely have ever met him. I've met him like once or twice, but I knew Bo. Bo was a great, upstanding guy.
I knew him too. Really,
A real loss for the country too, not just for his family, for the country. But Hunter is not that, and the idea of letting him drive the family car, as it were, is just really, really questionable.
Wow. Top rope tapper. Jake's angry side. He nuked Hunter Biden there. All right. You're still a scumbag, Jake, but I don't disagree with what you said. Let's see if we've got Tony back up and good. Are we good here?
Can you
bro?
hear me now?
I can.
Can you hear me now?
There you go, bro.
Thank you.
Yes, you're
Thank
good.
you, thank you, bro. By the way, if you imagine being Jake Tapper and actually doing interview after interview after interview when you should basically be hiding your head in shame in Joe Biden's garage in Delaware. I mean, can you imagine the cojones? And the other guy, you're right, Alex, what the hell does that guy say? He just sits there.
He does.
While Jake Tapper all of a sudden now pretends he's a journalist. What a joke. Anybody who buys that book is a moron.
I agree. Alex Thompson is basically his like chauffeur for this entire production. I mean, nobody even cares about what Alex Thompson writes for Axios, much less what he has to say.
I believe Alex Thompson did the brunt of the work
Probably.
on this book, and I think Jake Tapper just attached his name to it.
That could be true.
Exactly.
To be honest with you, which is why Alex Thompson is just kind of sitting there like, okay, I'll let you take all these stray bullets, even though I wrote most of the text.
Yep.
So, Megyn Kelly asked Jake Tapper, because he's on his book tour, the "Where's Jackie" thing. Apparently, Jake Tapper interviewed Joe Biden days after that whole thing with the "Where's Jackie." We all remember that she was a congresswoman, donor, a senator, and he asked where she was, and she had died.
Yeah.
And just like
we played it on the cut sheet.
A completely embarrassing moment. Jake Tapper sat down with an interview with Joe Biden right after that, and didn't ask him about it. And she holds him to task for it. Roll it.
I did ask Joe Biden to be transparent about his health records in an interview in 2020. I did ask him about the fact that voters
But then he wasn't.
thought that he was not transparent at all. No.
He promised you that
no.
he would be transparent about his health records, and then he wasn't. And when you sat with him again,
at all.
including 1 month after the Jackie Walorski thing, you didn't ask him about it. You didn't follow up on the fact that he was falling up the stairs, that he was losing his train of thought regularly, that he was slurring, that he was incomprehensible, that he was getting lost on the White House lawn. You sat right across from him and you asked none of that, notwithstanding the fact that he had promised you he would be fully transparent about his health issues.
That's true, but I did ask him about his age and the fact that the American people had concluded that even though he said whenever anybody brought up the subject of his age, watch me. And I said, yes, they're watching you and they are concerned that you were too old for this job.
But you know as well as I do that there's a way of, you can say, hey, there's this poll on your age, or you could say, you just forgot that Jackie Walorski was dead. You asked where she was moments after watching a videotape tribute to her. You lowered the flags at the White House after she died. This happened 13 days before you sat with him. There is a way of pressing a man like that on the actual infirmities to bring it home to him and to the audience, and you didn't do it.
That's correct. I didn't. And like I said, I feel humility about my coverage. I mean, it's not like I was asking him his favorite movie or his favorite color. We were talking about Putin. We were talking about other issues of national importance. But yeah, I mean, of course, I've said I look back at my coverage with humility and humility. I wish I did cover the issues of age and acuity, but I wish I had covered them much more. And I wish, I mean, of course, it's May 2025. Do I wish that in that 10, 15-minute interview I had with Biden in October 2022, that this had been the only subject because I had then
well, it wasn't
what I know
just that,
now?
though, Jake. It wasn't just that. I mean, you sat with him a couple of times in the course of his presidency, and these issues were not pressed. Well, there was at least that time, and then there was the time at the beginning. And
there you go.
I'll tell you what, I don't know your thoughts, Tony. I thought Megyn Kelly picked him apart. I mean, you talk about
Absolutely.
a career ender. Oh, my God.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, yeah, Katie Couric sitting there with 2 microphones in an empty room in her house where she sits in loneliness, wallowing at her own, this woman was once a star. Megyn Kelly absolutely roasted Jake Tapper right to his face.
Yeah.
And yet Jake Tapper still gets interviews every day, and that's all CNN apparently talks about all day, pimping this book. It's hard to believe this is happening in America.
Wait, how do we feel about that? I'm going to defer to both Tony and Dawn, who are trained professional journalists that went to school for journalism. What does it say about CNN as a network from a journalistic integrity standpoint that they're allowing in defeat? I mean, Jake Tapper's this is not a victory tour or a victory lap for Jake Tapper with some professional accomplishment or some personal overcoming of adversity. He dropped the ball, the network dropped the ball, and they're allowing him to pimp his book on other shows on the network, right? Wasn't he he was interviewed by, was it Cassie Hunt and Brian Stelter?
Yeah.
That's a bad look, right?
It is embarrassing. I mean, you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of the dog that has the cone, just got neutered and is like in the corner, is like, and just looks all pathetic with the eyes, the sad eyes. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's embarrassing. And for him to come out there, and I can't wait to hear, Tony, what you have to say about it, because for me, I just think, dude, do you think it's okay as a major name you're talking about a star, Tony? I mean, this is a guy who is going on every show going, I know, I should have been better. Yeah, in retrospect. I mean, really, that's your defense? Well, I was an idiot. I should have been better. Really? That is so lame. It's embarrassing.
I know. I mean, CNN, obviously, their ratings stink, but they're, to me, having this go on 24/7, and then Scott Jennings is the only guy on that network that people watch for because he's an opposing viewpoint, and he's good. But the bottom line is, what CNN is doing, they don't really care. I mean, it's just about getting eyeballs to watch them. And anybody, meanwhile, Wolf Blitzer, did Wolf Blitzer interview him yet? I mean, it's
funny,
just a joke.
Funny you say that. Even Joy Behar says this whole thing is a charade and a joke. And she said yesterday on The View, what's next? Is Wolf Blitzer going to be pimping a cookbook?
Exactly.
But do you? Well,
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Let me ask you guys this: do you think, does this destroy the credibility now of Jake Tapper, even by his, by the way, even by his own viewers?
Yeah.
Because if you look at it, the left is not happy with him either.
Right. And you saw what happened with MSNBC, right? Rachel Maddow's audience, Joy Reid's audience, they left.
Yeah.
And they never came back.
When you claim to be purple and you criticize, both sides, and you're stuck in the middle with you end up having no audience. So. Sorry.
Yeah, but what they have? You know what they rely on, and so does MSNBC and all the other far left, the Daily Beasts and all these other cockamamie outfits pretending to be journalists.
Yeah.
Is they have the people who hate Trump so much, they don't care that Jake Tapper is a snake. They don't care that a guy should not even be allowed to work on public access TV at 2:00 in the morning. I mean, that's what Jake Tapper's career. But Jake doesn't care.
Yep.
He's married to a political hack. He's a political hack. He looks smooth. He's a disgrace to Philadelphia. He and Larry Krasner, to me, are the biggest disgraces to Philadelphia this morning. Anybody praising Jake Tapper for writing this, not even writing this. Wonder if the same person who was doing the auto pen for Joe Biden wrote his book, too. Wrote Jake Tapper's book.
Yep. We need to find out who was using that auto pen. Because that was the decision maker and the president, not Joe Biden.
Crumb bums, the crumb bums of the day.
Crumb bums are right.
You
they
are a
crumb
lush,
bums.
I can tell by looking at you.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see Councilwoman Jamie Gauthier celebrating Larry Krasner on his? Now, of course, this is the primary. Now, here's the question for Philadelphia: who will run against Larry Krasner in the election in November? Who are they going to put up to run against him? If the guy that everybody was saying vote for, Dugan, got 27,000 votes.
I nominate Tony Bruno.
Yes. There we go.
No way.
Tone for
I'm
mayor.
not. I know more about. I paid my taxes. Larry Krasner hasn't paid his taxes, and the Philadelphia Inquirer still endorses this guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I nominate Dom Giordano.
I do too.
Dom went to law school.
Dom wouldn't take the pay cut. Yeah, but Dom wouldn't take the pay cut to be the DA of Philadelphia. Who would? I mean,
It's actually
It's
actually a great publicity.
Seriously, is there a law and order person in Philadelphia that can stand up and stop this nonsense. Philadelphia is a national laughingstock. He's the only Soros stooge who keeps getting reelected. But you can't impeach him. You can't remove him.
But
imagine having that. Trump's a dictator, but Larry Krasner, his biggest job is to go after Trump instead of worrying about the criminals, where there's hourly slaughter in the city of Philadelphia, and these idiots on city council now come out and say congratulations when they were hiding. Even the mayor didn't want to come forward and endorse this clown. The mayor knows what he's done to this city and to the black community.
Yes.
They're the ones most affected by his policies. These people are voting for the same guy who's destroying their lives and their neighborhoods.
By the way,
tell us how you really feel, Tone.
When I
can, or we'd be off the air.
That's for his Friday night show.
That's right.
That he does. By the way, I checked it out last weekend on X. You do a good job there. I like your little setup.
Well, thank you. We just have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We hadn't done a couple of shows because we're trying to get this house done. I don't know who's going to be in their house faster, me or Nick Kayal. I got Nick Kayal right now down the back stretch getting into his house before I get into mine.
I've got 8:30 as my scheduled date, but that's, as they say, card subject to change.
Well, it's only 28 minutes from now.
By the way, the open payroll says Krasner makes nearly $212,000 a year salary. Making him one of the highest, well above the national average.
By the way, Action News is reporting that Krasner's victory all but guarantees him a third term as the city's top prosecutor, with no Republican filing to run in November's general election.
Unbelievable.
How about that? Unopposed. This is a dictatorship. You think Trump's a dictator? How is Larry Krasner not considered a dictator when he's going to get 12 years as the worst district attorney, not just in Philadelphia history, in the entire country? Even San Francisco and far left cities are running out their corrupt DAs. This guy is a criminal. This guy should be taken away with cuffs. ICE should come in and take him the hell away. I want to see Tom Holman come to Philadelphia and go into Larry Krasner's house.
Can you imagine?
And hogtie that no good crumb creep bum coward.
Our boy Mark Frusetti tweeted out some of the stats last night. 3,000 plus murders, 10,000 plus people shot, thousands of families, mostly from the black community, lives destroyed forever, and he's rewarded with 4 more years. I'll never understand Philly voters.
Sticking with the Jake Tapper thing for 1 second, his former colleague Don Lemon seemed to take a swipe at him. This is what I mean when I say that the left is not happy with Jake Tapper either. And if he does this island unto myself thing, it's not a great career move. Trust me. Trust me on that.
Don, you better keep your mouth closed.
Don Lemon, speaking into irrelevancy, said this about Joe Biden.
Joe Biden was old. I am so sick of all of this Joe Biden consternation. What Joe Biden did or didn't do, what reporters did or didn't do. It is, look, no shade to anybody. The country has moved on. Joe Biden has moved on. There is a person in the White House now who is tweeting at 3 a.m. about Taylor Swift and Beyonce, who is crashing the economy, who is crashing the stock market, who is ruining people's lives. And yet we are concerned about Joe Biden, who's not in the office. And then reporters are saying, oh my gosh, reporters fell down on the job. No, there were some of us who were in the news media, who were in corporate media, who were not afraid to ask the question, as I did back even before the midterms, taking off on Joe Biden's own take, saying that he was going to be a transformational figure. He may only run for 1 term, and that his age, according to him, was even a concern. And so there were some of us who asked the questions. Not all journalists fell down on the job. And guess what? A lot of us already knew, Joe Biden is old. Here it is. Watch.
President had the stamina, physically and mentally, do you think, to continue on even after 2024?
Don, you're asking me this question. Oh, my gosh.
And why are we talking about an old man who has cancer, prostate cancer? Why are you kicking someone when they are down?
Now, there it is. Yeah, he's off limits. Yeah. He's got cancer. Can't question anything. It came out on Sunday for a reason. for a reason, because the Her tapes came out on Friday and the book was coming out on Tuesday from Strapper. It's all calculated. It's all coordinated. It's not a coincidence.
By the way, I'm going to be 73 if I make it till June in another couple of weeks. I have my prostate blood work done 4 times a year by my doctor. I just have Medicare. It's not a special test. When you go in and get routine blood work done, which every human, especially the most powerful man in America, never had a PSA test until recently. He didn't have a PSA check until a decade ago when he was in his 70s. That's the problem. How many people do we know? All of us. I mean, there's all forms of cancer. Prostate cancer, if you get checked when you're 35, 40, you start at 40, and you get checked regularly, it can be beaten. How can Joe Biden, who was hiding in Delaware every weekend, no one knows who's going in or out, and that's why he was hiding, because they were doing all kinds of medical things on him to keep him upright so he can continue running, and then the debate destroyed him. But any man out there who goes to the doctors at least once a year, the routine, and I'm not talking about the old school test where, you bend over and the fingers go in. I'm talking about blood test. The PSA blood test. And then those morons on CBS News yesterday morning talking about, well, he's old. When you get to a certain age, they don't. Yes, they do. The president of the United States should get blood work done just like every other human being. My mom, who died at 96, was getting blood work done, even though she knew she was dying and she was old. So we just should Joe Biden have just been left to die? I mean, that's the incredible thing. We all know Mike Jarek, so many people we know have prostate cancer and have to go through tests and have to go through radiation to get treated. How can Joe Biden, the president of the United States, and his doctor, that dude with the haircut, how is that guy not in jail? How is that guy not being brought before Congress? What's his name? Who's the
Dr.
doctor?
Kevin O'Connor.
Kevin O'Connor. Have you seen that dude? He looks like some strapper down in Fishtown at a bar at 7 a.m. That's what he looks like, that guy. He shouldn't be the presidential doctor.
Tony Bruno is on fire right now.
Really.
And think about this as well. Here are some of the symptoms. I just looked this up. Mayo Clinic is the source I'm looking at for prostate cancer. When you start realizing that you have it and some of the issues and the warning signs. Difficulty starting and maintaining a steady stream of urine, dribbling of urine, excessive urination at night, frequent urination, urge to urinate and leaking, urinary retention or weak urinary stream, bone pain, back pain, difficulty getting an erection. At that point, he's not having an erection anymore. I don't care what Blue Chew tells you. At 80 years old, he's over for that guy. He didn't know any of this. When you have stage 4 cancer and you are a 9 or a 10 on the Gleason scale, you are living through these symptoms. He didn't know he had symptoms? None of this adds up that you can convince me on at 70, we stopped testing. Yeah, but you know what? He had it. He had it for a long time. And eventually when you have cancer, you start to realize, I'm not right. Something's wrong here. And he's just going to keep going? Stop.
And you saw his hands. They were obviously sticking things into his hand to do testing when he was in Delaware. And again, I'm not criticizing them. I'm outraged that they allowed this to happen. I'm outraged that the people in charge who just wanted to prop this guy up did whatever they needed to do to keep this guy acting like he's the president when we all saw it. And that's why the Jake Tappers and the doctors and the CBS former Biden aides go on television and say that, at a certain point, you just don't take blood from a man in his late 70s. Everybody who's alive goes to the doctor. Everybody on Medicare, Tom, Dick, and Harry
not Dawn.
Who's had Dawn doesn't go. Well, not Dawn.
Well, Dawn doesn't eat. She just drinks coffee.
Dawn
and
is
works.
also not a man. Right. She doesn't have a prostate.
Thank you.
You brought up Joy Behar. She wants to know why Jake Tapper didn't write a book on Trump's cognitive decline.
Of course, yeah.
Cut 19, Phil.
When is Jake Tapper going to write a book about the cognitive decline of the person who is in charge right now?
Yeah.
I would like to respond to that because
Everybody, I said this earlier in the big take. Anybody trying to compare the cognitive state of Joe Biden to Donald Trump, you've immediately lost any and all credibility, and you just take the L for this argument, okay? I remember my mother-in-law was saying this back in the summer, right after Biden was replaced, because, we knew it, but he was, of course he's eroding. But how about when Trump mixed up the president of Turkey and Egypt? And I'm like, okay. So there's like some moments here and there. I mean, that's like saying, one guy's a raging alcoholic and the other guy drinks 1 beer a day, and you're going to try to compare the two? There's no argument here, folks.
By the way, maybe Tony or Dawn can help fill in the blanks here, but Nancy Mace used her time yesterday to show nude photos of herself.
I missed this. I was looking for it, but I was too busy. See, that's what happens when you have to be at the job site every day.
Yeah.
You miss nude photos of hot women. But were there nude photos?
Well,
release the photos.
Well, we have the YouTube. We have the YouTube video. They're blurred out. So
of course. Everything's always redacted.
You can't see anything. But yesterday there was...
Did she really get naked, though? Did she really get naked?
So here's the thing, is that there were congressional hearings yesterday with Marco Rubio and RFK Jr. on, the budget for, 2026. And Nancy Mace, she was speaking about, I believe she was speaking about an ex-boyfriend of hers or an ex-fiance?
Ex-fiance.
Who?
So she was making the point about abuse.
Who took photos of her when she was when she was nude?
Yes.
And kept them on his phone, right? And
Yes,
did that to other women as well, because she had upskirt photo. She showed upskirt photos of other women as well.
So this guy's a creep.
So this was all part of her trying to push for and advocate for stronger laws that protect victims from any kind of video voyeur.
Okay.
All right, let's youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Roll this.
Exhibit 1. Behind me is a screenshot from one of the videos I found of myself. The yellow circle, this naked silhouette, is my naked body. I didn't know that I had been filmed. I didn't give my consent. I didn't give my permission. And this particular video that Patrick Bryant recorded of me on his secret camera, he saved for over 3 years without my knowledge. I didn't pick this fight. I don't even want to be here today and discuss this. But because he's still roaming around South Carolina free, filming whatever genital parts he wants, because no one has held him accountable, he's not in jail, he's not had to pay a fine, no restitution. He's able to rape other women, film them. And when I discovered this video, I discovered that he utilized up to 4 potential devices, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were more. I was filmed in secret. The camera sat silent, yet it screamed my safety was negotiable and my dignity disposable.
The fiance says he's cooperating. He didn't do this.
This is an image of Patrick Bryant and the co-owner of that property trying to lick his face. I think it says a lot about a man's character and what he was doing behind the scenes.
Well, I feel for Nancy Mace. I feel for any female that has their rights violated like that, recorded in those intimate moments or those personal spaces without their knowledge. And I believe she's also, Dawn, correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy Mace is a rape victim survivor.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what, I think that's what she set this up as, because, guys are pigs and she's got a nice body. And so the whole thing was that she's going to show naked pictures of herself. And that's how she got people interested in watching or tuning in. But there were so many things going on. There was like 62 congressional hearings and panels going on. Rubio was taking apart that idiot from Maryland.
Yeah, we had
taking apart that Tim Kaine, the window licker who helped Hillary lose in 2016. He absolutely, you talk about a guy who just let it go. Yeah. Marco Rubio
We'll get to
absolutely.
I'm
Marco Rubio, man. How great is Marco Rubio? Tell me, seriously.
Stock's rising. But I have to say one thing with Nancy Mace here. I'm very consistent. I hate how we have these redactions in Epstein files or the JFK files. I'm a big believer that we have to avoid the redacted racks. I want my racks unredacted.
Me too.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
take my shirt off proudly every afternoon, no
Yes.
matter who's around.
By the way,
I have no problem showing my rack.
Yeah.
Same here.
Thank you, Tone. Love your rack.
Rack that guy, as Jim Rome once said. Rack that
caller.
just real quick about that legislation that Nancy Mace had talked about.
Yeah.
Locally in the news, I've reported on these stories having to do with this so-called sextortion, and that's a piece of this kind of legislation. There was in just this year in Pennsylvania, a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old, two different kids who didn't know each other, but these individuals, men from wherever they are, from someplace else sometimes in the world, but they target and they're predators online, and they get these kids to show themselves naked or whatever. They take the video, they blackmail them. In both of those cases, the 13-year-old and 16-year-old, this is just months ago, committed suicide. Parents devastated. There are all kinds of cases, local DAs trying to prosecute those. So with Nancy Mace, I know that it's a headline grabber and maybe some people are making fun of it. It's a real issue.
Yeah.
And to say that you're not allowed to video somebody, whatever that is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really important legislation.
It is. As a father with two 10-year-old daughters, I hope and pray that this never happens to them.
Was this her house that she was walking around in naked that this guy set up cameras in? Do you know? Do we know any of that?
I don't know.
Or was it his house? You know what I mean? Because people have cameras in their house, right?
Well, she's saying she was secretly recorded. I don't know if it was in her. I mean, it was her fiance at the time.
Yeah.
So presumably
they lived together. Yeah.
I think this is the fiance. Remember when she had the prayer breakfast and?
That's
that
fiance.
Yeah, honey. No, we can't do it.
God.
Now, the fiance, Patrick Bryant, he law
Denies
enforcement in South Carolina, they say they are still investigating it. He says these claims are not true. Just to give the other side for our legal.
So so he's claiming that he did not keep these videos or photos.
He's saying that none of this is true. She's alleging all this and that he's fully cooperating.
Poll question on YouTube, Phil. Who's the hotter mess? Nancy Mace or Kristi Noem?
Speaking of Kristi Noem, Phil, do you have this? She didn't know what habeas.
Speaking of Kristi Noem,
she didn't know what habeas corpus was. I mean, what like?
She knows what a makeover is, though. Have you seen? I sent you guys these pictures last night. Kristi Noem
she
looks
knows
like
what
yeah, she looks like a
I
different
know what
human
corpus
being.
delicti is, right? Corpus delicti. That's what I'd call Kristi Noem.
Kristi Noem has gone from
Secretary,
No, wait, hang on.
no, that's fine. Go ahead.
All right.
Play it.
What is habeas corpus?
Uh-oh.
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right.
Let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas
right
corpus. Excuse me. That's incorrect.
President
Habeas
Lincoln
corpus.
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people.
Habeas corpus is a legal procedure by which a report can be made to a court alleging the unlawful detention or imprisonment of an individual and requesting that the court order the individual's custodian to bring the prisoner to court to determine whether their detention is lawful. It's called a writ of habeas corpus.
Correct.
Wait, hang on. I hear Dawn sighing. She's ready to defend Kristi.
So the Supreme Court has, the Supreme Court has debated this. There's a famous, I don't know. Well, journalism.
Abraham Lincoln used. He's the last president who suspended habeas corpus because because of what was going on in the country. So this is why she's not wrong. And I love these same Congress people, all Democrats, by the way, when they grill a Republican like Marco Rubio. I know you're going to play the tape.
Yeah.
When they I'm reclaiming my time, answer the question. Yet when they're being grilled, they never answer the question. So again, I get being tough on. You're supposed to ask the tough questions, but you see how all these Democrats. Who was that hag woman grilling Kristi Noem?
Hassan.
Answer the question.
Yeah, Senator Hassan.
Yeah, she's another idiot.
But Tone, I will say this as far as so this was put into question after the September 11th attacks in 2001.
Right.
So the whole case that everybody's talking about that's in the news it's the famous case Boumediene versus Bush, meaning the Bush administration holding accused terrorists in Guantanamo Bay, and that case went to the Supreme Court, and ultimately, and you may remember back in the day, the gentleman Boumediene, who's being named in this, he went on a 2-year hunger strike. They had to feed him through the feeding tubes. The media was all over it. He was finally freed after years, and he's in France making another documentary, whatever. Yeah, Nice, France. So the deal is that it was put to the test, and they said even if somebody is a foreigner, even if they're not on U.S. soil, even if they're in Guantanamo Bay, you still have to put forth the evidence as to why you're detaining somebody. And so that's the whole issue here. I don't know about you guys, but what this reminds me of, remember Aleppo? Remember how the media was all about Aleppo, and they hone in on something like this. Kristi Noem, what she said was not incorrect. A president, the executive branch, does have the right during an emergency to say, hey, we have the right to detain people. The problem, and I don't know what she knows and doesn't know, but they're saying, look at what an idiot she is. No, she actually is correct. The only issue here, the caveat, is that there was that Supreme Court ruling that says, you have to be accountable at some point, and you have to produce this at some point. And Congress, the key was that they said Congress, so right now Congress could vote that we have an emergency, but the issue is Congress also has to back up the executive branch. But she wasn't technically wrong.
Kristi Noem is also the one that was holding a gun pointed towards another ICE officer's head for a photo op, had her purse stolen. By the way, how many times a day do you think?
You think Mayorkas did a better job than Kristi Noem?
Not. No, of course not.
We
No, they
can't
just
do
go
that.
after
I just think
her.
Kristi
Not
Noem's
everything has to be tit for tat. You know what I mean?
Well, it kinda does.
No, it's not whataboutism.
you
It's
can
a
call out-
fact.
You can call out this administration. You can call out this administration.
How many times a day?
I do call out the administration.
How many times a day do you think Kristi Noem loses her keys?
Tony.
Trump backtracking on the wind shit. I'm hard. Get
good.
that? You got that?
I got you. Of course
Trump backing out on the offshore wind nonsense is an outrage.
Yep.
We got whales watching. I'm not even talking about sloppy Chris Christie washing up on the Jersey Shore every summer, as he will do again in a couple of months once the water warms up off the Jersey Shore, sitting in his beach chair, looking for shells, telling him who to 86. I mean, I think he and what's his name, the former FBI director, will be on the beach chairs together. The Jim Comey.
Yeah.
Jim Comey and sloppy Chris Christie will be out there on the beach.
I love it.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
I don't know, Tone. I'm going to be.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to be releasing my updated weekly Trump administration power rankings later today, and Kristi Noem has fallen outside of the top 10.
No,
But
here's the thing.
she could bounce back. I mean, look,
She
if she has a good week next week, she could be back up in like the 7th spot.
Kristi Noem, what she should have said when the lady says, do you know what, blah, 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 say, ma'am, I'm not a dictionary. I'm not a dictionary.
It's kind of her job to know that. It's kind of her job to know that.
No, they don't. No, Greg, they don't. This
I
is
will
not,
say it's not as bad as Bobby Kennedy. When Bobby Kennedy couldn't give you the difference between Medicare and Medicaid, like, come on, man.
But this is to sit there and ask legal definitions. You know?
No, I understand.
She should have said, ma'am, do you know what
She's not a
diminished mental capacity is?
When you're deporting a bunch of people, you kind of need to know the law.
Yes, well, that's true as well.
Don't you?
No, you're both making valid points.
It was condescending. It was a condescending, do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? I just thought it was condescending.
If Mayorkas would have done this, it would have been wall-to-wall coverage on this radio station. That's all I'm saying.
But the difference is,
can you believe this?
And it's not about what about. I mean, you know my thoughts on
Mayorkas lied every single day
that guy
and got
should be in
away with
prison.
it. Oh, the border is not open. The border is secure. That was criminal.
Yeah, that guy.
Kristi Noem not knowing legalese.
Right.
You know, you can look at. This isn't whataboutism. Mayorkas should be in prison for what he did.
I don't disagree.
Took advantage of Biden. He's the one who told Biden. He told Biden to open the borders before Biden was even president. When he was sitting next to him, when he was the vice president.
Yeah. Mayorkas might be the most vile human I've ever seen in an administration. I don't know if it's for me. and I know he's not a part of the administration, it comes down to either Mayorkas or Fauci. If one, we should do that as a poll question.
No.
If one person had to spend the rest of their life in jail, you can only pick one, Mayorkas or Fauci. Who would it be? I actually have to go Mayorkas. I really believe that.
Me too.
Well, he was
Me too.
impeached.
I know.
mean, the House, the Senate didn't go through with it, but he was impeached for accused of lying to Congress under oath, lying about
And
the
what
border
did that
security.
do to him?
Nothing.
The same thing happened to Obama's attorney general. Remember when he got censured and nothing happened? Right?
And how much did the media cover that one? All of this.
How about something we can all agree with? Senator Tim Kaine and Senator Chris Van Hollen are giant a-holes.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Let's start with Tim Kaine, who is about to burst a blood vessel because they're discussing the Afrikaners, the South African, the whites, they're whites. Cut 3, roll it.
I'm going to ask you, so a well-justified fear of persecution?
Yeah, they thought that their
mean?
farms
You
were
don't
being
think
burned
that
down and they would
means
be
anything?
killed. I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come. They're
Okay.
afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy.
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It
Well, wait,
requires but prioritizing the
the
interests of the
statutory
United States.
phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No,
I
you're
mean,
not entitled,
So
you're
can
allowed.
you have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently you are, because you don't
No,
like the fact that they're
I'm
white,
just
and that's
asking
why
you
they're
to
coming.
say that would be unacceptable.
Well, no,
That
I
would
would say that
seem
the
to
United
be
States,
a very easy
the
thing
United
to
States
say.
has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United
Even
States.
based on the color of somebody's skin.
You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These
you're
are people whose
refusing
farms
to
were being
acknowledge
burned
that
down
it
and they were
should be
killed because of the
even-handed.
color of their skin.
Well,
Because they were- Well, you've demonstrated enough because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain
Who has
criteria.
said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country. That's a small number of people that are coming.
But
in
you
that
said
particular case.
this weekend that
But
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year.
I'll tell you what, Rubio, you don't see him get overly animated too often, but that's about his.
He was great there.
Yeah, this is a guy, and again, I don't think he will win, but he is making a case. You could argue right now, better chance, more impressive. Frame it however you'd like. Who will be Donald Trump's successor in 2028 on the Republican side? The assumption is it's just automatically J.D. Vance. If Marco Rubio wants to run again, I think there's a group of people out there in the country that are saying, I like this Rubio guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've been
And
saying this for quite a while.
You have.
Thank you, sir.
And remember, when he was voted in, he was the easiest to confirm of the Trump appointees. Everybody liked Marco Rubio because he's a good guy. They got along with him. Of course, he did things that they disagreed with, even here in Florida. But the bottom line is Marco Rubio is knocking it out of the park every single day, speaking on behalf of the American people. And that's why Miami-Dade, his area, is now flipping to red. There are more now registered Republicans in Miami-Dade because it's a big Cuban-American population. And Cuban-Americans in Miami hate the whole Cuban regime. And Marco Rubio has been standing firm with those people's rights. That's why they want to be in the country, because of what's happening in Cuba under dictatorships.
By the way, Tim Kaine, he was Hillary Clinton's vice presidential candidate, wasn't he? Like,
and his son was like a terrorist. His son was like a terrorist on the streets rioting during the 2020 riots. Did you know that?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I can't. Like, what a complete a-hole that guy is, honestly.
Yes.
And by the way, don't go toe-to-toe with Rubio. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. When you compare the way Rubio fights back to, like, Kristi Noem, that's the difference I see there. One more with that moron Chris Van Hollen, who I believe is still writing love letters to Abrego
Garcia.
Abrego the Garcia. They're talking about
have another margarita there, Chris Van Hollen.
He's talking
Maryland dad.
This is for Phil. They're discussing the student visas that all these college students are going through, being sent back and all that stuff. Roll this.
Student visas, let me say this. I don't deport anybody, and I don't snatch anybody. The State Department does not have officers in the street snatching everybody. What I do is revoke visas. And it's very simple. A visa is not a right. It is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study. And if you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what Ms. Ostork did?
We're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what she
and if
did?
you do
Come
that,
on, Mr. Secretary.
and every single
You're
one of
just
these
blowing
cases, the
smoke
factors
here
are
now.
different.
Senator,
the bottom line is, if you're
Senator,
coming here to stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you
Does
have
the
a
First
visa
Amendment
and we find
apply
you,
to
we will
people
revoke
living
it.
in the United
and
States?
we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities. People are paying money. These kids pay money to go to school, and they have to walk through a
Writing an
bunch of
op-ed
lunatics
to the
who are
tough
here on student
newspapers
visas.
disrupting the
Simple
foreign
as
policy of the United
I want to
States?
do more. I hope we can
That's
find more of these people.
pathetic, Mr.
In fact, the other day, some guys led a riot. I forgot what university it was, and I asked, please, can you find the arrest records of all the people that were arrested at that riot at that campus? Because if any of them have a visa, we're going to revoke
I
it.
feel so much safer
All right,
when you lock
let's,
up people like Ms. Ostork, Ms. Secretary.
We've had enough time on the subject. Thank you very much. And we're going to move to Senator Lee.
Yeah, he feels, you want to talk about safety and feeling secure and locking up. How about we lock up people like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, human traffickers, wife beaters,
How
all
about we
this
lock
nonsense.
up Chris Van Hollen?
I know.
But think about what just happened there. So that right there is cha-ching, the Jewish vote.
Mm-hmm.
Cha-ching, Harvard, the Trump administration freezing $2.2 billion in grants, another $60 million in contracts, saying be better, be best, baby.
Be best.
These campuses that bring in students who are just exactly what Secretary Rubio just said, who are, they're not just bullying, they're threatening Jewish kids.
Yeah.
On our elite college campuses across the nation.
And some of these
why do
are-
you think the Jewish vote went for Trump? Because of that conversation. And then on top of it, you just talk about Miami.
The Jewish vote didn't go for Trump. I mean, Yes. He increased the margins, but it didn't go for Trump.
Okay, but it was every little bit counts, and it was significant. And here in Pennsylvania,
wait a minute.
Here in Pennsylvania,
wait a
it
minute.
was
Are
huge.
you an election denier?
No, but here in Pennsylvania, it was huge. And then on top of it, so these issues, my point is, whether it's about college campuses and the anti-Semitism that has been allowed to run rampant, and then on top of it, the issue of illegals who are coming here not for a better life in America, as we were told and lied to.
Mm-hmm.
No, they were coming here out of prisons. They're either crazy or they're criminals preying upon the weakest among us and the most vulnerable. This issue, those are winning issues for Republicans. So keep on having those debates.
Oh, yeah. And it's bad enough that these students that are here with student visas or students that are born and raised here that are protesting this nonsense. Then on top of it, you have these paid protesters that have zero right to be on the campus at all.
Exactly.
Yes. Right?
Exactly.
30-year-old bozos that are just showing up intentionally in some coordinated gathering.
Paid protesters, that's why they're looking for the arrest records, because these people go to all of the campuses and do this, and they're not actually freaking students.
Yep.
Exactly.
That was locally a couple. A couple of them they figured out. And by the way,
was it Haverford?
Yeah.
There were a few of them.
Yeah.
And there was one recently that I reported on, but they have every right. And here's where it's private property, so they have every right to say we need to know that you're a student because our students may be in danger. We don't know who these adults are. They're like 30.
Yeah. And take the mask off, idiot.
Yeah.
Don, talk to us about Piazza.
Okay. Simmer down, everybody. Take you for a ride. Yeah, we got to level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or maybe a hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid receiving the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city and 47 highway MPG rating. Wow, the sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. So visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, ask for Awesome Ross the Boss. That's my guy. Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. So it's Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. They're everywhere. Piazza Honda. You can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. Just go to piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rolling on 839, Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno with us in the never-ending Wednesday edition of Stalker's Cut Sheet.
Trump said this. Was this at a dinner? He said this. This is 21. About why he had to run again. Did you guys see this story?
I did. I love this.
Roll this.
I got the Olympics and the World Cup, and I won't be president, and they're going to forget that I got them. Nobody's going to mention it because, you know, a little bit that's the way life is. And then they rigged the election. And then I said, you know what I'll do? I'll run again, and I'll shove it up their ass.
Yes.
And that's what I did. And all of a sudden, I then realized, I said, you know what? I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and I got the 250th. Look at the way this works out. So if they would have left us alone and wouldn't have cheated on the election and wouldn't have rigged it, I would have been retired right now. I would have been happily doing something else. And instead, they have me for 4 more years. Can you believe it? Yeah.
Saw that last night from Real Clear Politics.
Kennedy Center dinner.
Yeah.
Shove it up there, you know
did it all
what.
for the nookie. Didn't he steal that line?
Oh, are you going Fred Durst on me?
Old Fred Durst.
I'm
I
going
like it.
Fred Durst. I did it all for the nookie. The cookie. You can take that cookie. You know the song.
Damn right. We're gonna get you in.
We'll be playing that in heavy rotation as we get to Memorial Day weekend.
Absolutely.
An official
We're gonna
start
get
of the summer.
We're gonna get Tony Bruno a red Yankees fitted cap.
And put it on backwards.
Put it on backwards and start doing a little Limp Bizkit circa 1998. I tell you, as a 14 or a 15-year-old.
No more Limp Biscuits out there.
No.
Thanks to Blue Chew.
Blue
No
Chew.
more Limp Biscuits. I think that they have to change their names.
Yep.
I beat that song to death in 1998 or 1999. My mom was at the point where she wanted to take the CD and just break it.
By the way, controversial take.
Yeah.
Limp Bizkit was for morons.
Oh, you didn't enjoy that song
no.
though?
Oh God.
Oh.
Just the dumbest people used to have the red Yankee hat on backwards and be like, "Yeah, man, Limp Bizkit, yeah."
Ah, there it is, the music elitist. He just
hideous band.
I want to wait for Phil to chime in on that. Phil will be the final arbiter of Limp Bizkit's greatness in music history.
All the Phil timers out there.
Trump, the Golden Dome. This is 27. This apparently we're constructing it, or there's an architect that's laying outlines for it. Roll this.
I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world, and even if they're launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%.
There you go.
I'm old enough to remember when they said the wall was racist. Now my sources are telling me that Democrats say the Golden Dome is genderphobic. In all seriousness.
It's a Notre Dame bias. It's a Notre Dame bias. Why does everything have to be about Golden Domers?
I know. Why do the Catholics always get what they
now?
want? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, both of you have golden domes.
That's right. This thing can deter missiles from miles away.
By the way, you saw who went to the White House yesterday, right? The Pope's brother, who lives right down here in Port Charlotte, he and his wife went to the White House yesterday. He's a big MAGA guy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how close are you to Port Charlotte?
Oh, it's like it's about 20 miles from here. He's a neighbor.
Yeah, you have to get Pope. You have to get Pope Lou on your show.
Pope Lou.
Pope Lou.
That's what I call him, Pope Lou.
And then there's that Sheriff Judd that we had on yesterday.
Oh, great Judd.
You
Grady
gotta get
Judd.
him, Tone.
Polk County.
Yes.
Polk County, right outside Tampa.
Yeah. Amazing
I know.
stuff.
Oh,
Amazing
can you
stuff.
imagine
There's a lot of characters here in Florida. There's
Yeah.
a lot of characters here.
You, Pope Lou, and Sheriff Judd on a Friday night.
Love it.
And don't forget the governor.
Yep.
The governor,
Gov.
Ron DeSantis,
By the way,
trying to get rid of real estate taxes right now. You know, no tax on
Mustard.
tips. And you notice
Wow.
that passed 100 to nothing?
Yeah.
Could you imagine
Huge.
the one person who would have voted against no tax on
so
tips?
true.
But hang on. Let me be the turd in the punch bowl again, and to all those people who say
Go
I'm
ahead.
annoying, it's fine. It's no tax on tips, cash tips.
Mm-hmm.
Most people who pays cash tips. Everybody.
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I
all right.
do.
most people just put it on the bill, right? Tip.
Yeah, well, I do because I'm not allowed to have cash, but yeah.
I'm just saying. So the people, it's only for the people who declare tips. I mean, don't most people, if they get a cash tip, stick it in their pocket? I don't know. Okay.
Not necessarily.
No, they share it. It depends on what's going on. The servers share it with the cooks and the other people, so they share the tips. I agree. I always try to use cash for the tips.
Me too.
Because if you put it on your credit card, then you're paying on that. So you do it separately, unless you're splitting the bill 6 ways, like a lot of people do, going out in this day and age when they're all cheap crumb bums.
Oh, I know. I hate that. By the way, I hate sitting there at the restaurant and then. Hey, can we split this?
I will always pick up the bill. I will always pick up the bill because I can't take the. Oh, now I ate 2 fries and you ate 6, and just give me the freaking bill. I'll pay it. Pay me back next time.
I had 6 vodka crabs.
Yeah, exactly.
And you only had a beer.
Exactly.
I'm not paying for your stinking beer.
Yeah.
You're not paying for my vodka crabs.
I was out with friends of mine one time a couple of years ago, and it was infuriating. I was just like, give me the damn bill.
Yep.
I don't want to sit here and be like, well, you had 4 beers, and I'd like, oh my God, stop. The beers are $1.50.
Well, the other thing that's also annoying is when somebody surprises you by saying they'll pick up the bill, and the other person's adamant, no, don't do that. You don't have to do that. And they get into an argument over who's going to pay for what. I mean, that also, if anybody surprises me, hey, I'm going to pick up, you're not going to hear a gripe from me.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've issued a new family restaurant boycott.
Oh, here we go.
I'm done going to dinner with the in-laws in public.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What?
And it's not over politics. It's over restaurant etiquette. I have grown tired of the individuals that need to alter what comes on said item.
Yep.
Can I go no barbecue, add ranch, and can I get a honey mustard on the side? And is this gluten free? What oil do you use to cook your fry? Oh my God! Can you just order the burger?
Preach, Brother Nick, preach.
It comes with lettuce, tomato, and onion.
Yes, preach.
That's what it comes with. This if you want a special burger, then go build it yourself. All these people, is this keto? Is this low? By the time the waitress comes to me, I'm like, I'm going to make it real easy for you. I'll take the cowboy burger with fries. Thank you.
Looks like you're going to some highfalutin joints there.
It's just unbelievable.
The cowboy burger.
I mean, I get it with my daughters, the kids, they want ranch on it or whatever, but all the adults with, I'm going to substitute this and add that, and then the waiter got to say, well, you do realize that'll be an upcharge of $4. That's okay.
Everybody in the YouTube chat is getting. Well, first of all, I'm being roasted for my Limp Bizkit take. You're all wrong.
Turn it off.
But everybody's saying that everybody uses cash tips. Cash tips for I just never carry cash on me.
Same here.
I will tip.
I don't either. But Robin does, and I think anybody who has cash. No, if you're racking up a $500 tab.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Nobody's. But I'm saying if you go out to dinner and it's $100, you leave $20 cash. If you don't have $20 cash, how the hell do you live? You got to have cash.
I can guarantee you I don't have $20 cash on me right now. Hang on, let me check. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I have some money on me.
While we're at it, let me grab my wallet and see what I have.
By the way, the Phillies are in first place, and they're playing great.
I think they're World Series bound, Tone. I said it this morning.
In a
I don't
world,
know, wait till next week. Okay.
I mean, we're going towards a cashless society anyway.
Of course.
I'm not saying I want that. That 100% shouldn't happen, but we are going there. Nobody carries cash on them. I just feel like most people don't use tips.
But you
don't use cash tips.
Just to go back to your argument that you were having, or the point you were making about cash and tips and not reporting, whatever. I get that you don't want to do that, but that also kind of nip you in the butt a little bit as far as when you make a future purchase or you try to apply for something, because they're going to want to know what your income is, and if you can't prove that income, well, then you might make enough money as a server to get this house or that car. But if you can't be verified documentation-wise, financially, they're going to reject you. So you just got to remember that as well.
Yeah.
I know we don't want to give our hard-earned tip cash, to Uncle Sam, but
I mean, look, I survived on cash tips, in 1998 when I was delivering pizzas. But that was a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like
that was back when the pizza was like $9.99.
Exactly. Yeah. One more on this Golden Dome thing. This is where are we here?
And by the way,
has Lou Holtz chimed in on the Golden Dome yet?
No, he's working on his lisp.
Lockheed Martin's executive, top COO, says that Trump's Golden Dome will be built in the USA. That's one of the headlines this morning.
And
jobs.
And on a serious note, because that was the actual clip we were talking about, we never actually really commented on it. I'll put it this way. I would rather spend the money on a Golden Dome to protect us as opposed to using that money for war on foreign soil.
Protect us from who?
From anybody with it. Let's be honest. We all realize, the next attack's going to be, right? It's not going to be with planes, right? It's going to be via a drone.
It's going to be via. They're going to take our power grid down with a stroke of a phone. Mm-hmm. That's how it's going to happen. And a Golden Dome ain't protecting that.
And
I'm just telling you.
Virus.
Well, yes, but a grid, as far as taking down our utilities.
You take down the grid here, and people can't go online. There's no people have no money. People have no you know what I mean? Like that will cripple a society. It's not going to be planes. It's not going to be a drone. That's how people are going to take down society. And a Golden Dome ain't going to help that.
But that's temporarily until you can put the grid back up and running.
On the flip side, if the power goes out, then guess what? Young people, what they're going to do instead of on their phone all the time and self-involved and worrying about their pronouns? They're going to have relations. Which nobody's having, will solve the population crisis, and people will actually be talking to each other because they'll be having relations because they can't do anything else because they don't know what to do with themselves when they don't have a phone.
I foresee payphones coming back to malls so that when you drop your kids off,
I miss those.
That's the only way they can contact you. I believe we're going to go back to rotary phones in the house, and we're going to have payphones. And you have to have loose change. So save all your, not pennies, but or just call collect.
Yeah.
Call collect. I think that's the way to go.
Call 1010-220.
Jackie Heinrich asked Trump if he's about to trigger an arms race in space with the Golden Dome project. This is 14.
Mr. President, when you first announced this idea, critics said it would be prohibitively expensive, potentially ineffective, and could trigger an arms race in space. What do you say to those critics about that?
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, fairly small expansion. But we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. We took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. Mm-hmm. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have when I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me the most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate him. We can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But I said that we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to. And there's a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have in Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether, and I think 1/2 of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology, far advanced from that system.
And just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will, yeah.
Mr. President,
Jackie
you should have
Heinrich.
just said don't.
Yeah, don't.
I think he'll say don't.
Yes.
If he finds out that Putin wants to send nuclear weapons into our airspace, just say don't. I mean, it worked for Joe Biden.
Don't.
It worked for everybody in that administration. Don't. Remember?
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
So let's get this straight. $175 billion to protect the United States. or $350 billion to Zelensky and Ukraine. I love these critics. Well, critics about the Golden Dome. They're probably the same ones that are totally on board with for 3 years and 4 months the never-ending investment the United States has made on a foreign war.
What about those of us who were against both of those things?
Against what?
Both sending money to Ukraine and the Golden Dome project. How about those people?
Wait a minute, you're against tax, you're against cash for tips. You can't be involved in this conversation.
Sorry, I'll see myself
the guy
out.
that doesn't like cash for tips is not saying we don't need a Golden Dome and we don't need anything else.
A Golden Dome is not going to protect
man.
us from cyber attacks.
Okay,
which is,
well, why can't we?
Which
why
is where
can't
we're
What
going.
about climate change? Won't it stop climate change? Won't it stop the ice caps from melting, which aren't actually melting anymore?
If you're, I don't understand why you can't have both. Can't you have a Golden Dome and worry about and have a plan in place for the grid, like Stalker's worried about?
I want it all, and I want it now. Name that tune.
Yeah, baby.
Like I'm as fiscally conservative as you get, but I have no problem if you're going to spend money and you're going to do it to protect the American citizens. You're not going to get much pushback from me.
By the way, coming up at 9:10, we have Fight Club.
That's right.
Fight Club. Fight Club coming up at 9:10 with our new sponsor for Fight Club, Dawn, Chapman Windows.
Yes, let's talk about Chapman. You've heard me talk about Chapman, my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. Love the Chapman family team. So they're right now, you got to take advantage of this. They are offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding as well as Certainty vinyl siding. That's Certainty vinyl siding. So siding, you know this, that it's not just a beautiful thing, but it's also that protective barrier against the harsh weather. You look at what's happening today with this dreary weather and storms moving in. That's why you want to make sure that your siding is up to speed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. 30 years of experience, and I can promise you they do complete every project with such care, such professionalism, and such precision. I love the crew. Just watching them, they were just so proud of their work and enjoyed working together. They have a great team there. Chapman always goes the extra mile to work with you and take advantage right now of 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference as I have. Experience that difference for yourself. So they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Just call them. You can text them. They're local. They're listening. You're not going to get some AI chatbot you're going to get a real person if you text or call 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Look at the before and after photos. I think some of the work they've done in my home is on there too. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
9:03, fourth and final hour has arrived on Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno with us from Florida as we roll on with the cut sheet.
By the way, this never-ending cut sheet sponsored by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Right now, at Staples, save up to $250 on your printing orders. You hear that here, staff at PHT. You hear that, Nick Kayal, who needs to have everything printed.
Yeah.
$250 off your print order. Exclusion supply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends June 14th. Plus, save even more with Easy Rewards program at Staples. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring the ever-important, continuing, never-ending edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Senator Fetterman, John Fetterman.
Oh, is he still around?
Gave some love to Kristi Noem.
Oh.
For committing to work with his office to ensure Afghan heroes have a place in our great country. Roll 23 here, Phil.
I've been very, very, very pro-immigration, but I early identified the serious problem about the border, the security. And I've said this publicly, I'll say it now, that my party failed to secure our border. And we deserve to pay a political price for that.
Wow.
And I've been trying to find a way forward to move forward.
86 him. 86 him.
And not because you and I agree on a lot of political things and we're in different parties, but you're the secretary and I'm a member of this committee, so I believe we have to find a way to work forward together. You know, I have a constituent, his name's Ramin, and he's an Afghani who served alongside our service members there in the war. He is a resident of Philadelphia. Now, he's a surgeon, and he saved American lives. And now he is waiting to be approved like a green card. And now he helped evacuate our forces through an airlift. His two brothers, and of course we can't name them due to their concerns, but they're trapped in Pakistan. And the risk for removal for Afghanistan, and they face torture and death because of their commitment for a free and democratic Afghanistan. They've saved American lives, and they have defended our forces. That's part of my concern right now. And if looking for help, honestly, and that's one of the reasons why I voted for you, because we want to try to find a way, because not all immigration is just about securing our border, we know, but it's about helping people that deserve to come to our nation after serving in such an amazing, great risk.
There you go.
Well, I got to tell you, you have a pro-Israel, pro-border Democrat. His name is John Fetterman. Interesting how all of the hit pieces, by the way, about his blow-ups and his meltdowns, he's off his medicine, he needs to go. Remember we were talking about all the different outlets that were writing those stories about 2 or 3 weeks ago? They've all stopped. I guess Fetterman's back to, taking his medicine and not having outbursts in front of teacher unions. Uh-huh. Now, after that clip, I mean, we might see another hit piece published by 10 a.m., but, we'll see how we'll cross that bridge in 54 minutes.
Democratic representative from New Jersey, LaMonica McIver, was on Jen Psaki's program last night, because we said yesterday that Elena Haba, she put out, what did she...
Officially charged, right?
She dropped the charges of the Newark mayor who's running for governor.
Baraka.
Yeah, Ross Baraka. But then she charged,
MacIver.
Yeah, thank you. MacIver. Not MacGyver.
I like MacGyver's better. It's a great show. Love MacGyver.
MacIver charged her for allegedly assaulting, which you saw it on the video.
Yep. So she went on Jen Psaki show to the briefing with Jen Psaki. Oh God, MSNBC is just hideous.
Yeah, there's just zero entertainment value on either MSNBC or CNN.
13 people watching these dumb shows.
I know.
Roll this.
Administration of the things that they do. You were charged by Alina Haba. I just gave a little bit of an overview, though. There, she has quite a history. Do you think you would have been charged if it had been any other U.S. attorney in this role?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I don't want to speculate. I mean, I think anyone that Trump, promotes or appoints, I mean, I think they've been problematic from every department you can think of. So I wouldn't say it wouldn't happen, but it's crazy because there's so many other crimes and things to be focused on, and definitely not to be focused on a congresswoman or Congress members who were there just to do an oversight visit. We were not there to bust detainees out of prison. We've heard that come out from the DOJ. We were there for an oversight visit. And Jen, this is something that we've done before. We were just a couple of weeks ago, back in February, we were at a same kind of detention center in Elizabeth, a couple of miles away, and we went there, different, providers, third-party provider, but we were there, had a visit. There was a little delay, but we still were able to go in and do our visit. We didn't.
Did she shove an ICE agent?
Yes.
Yes.
And
whatever happened to
It's on video.
J6? Isn't it? You're not allowed to assault law enforcement. She's
Correct.
charged with felony assault. Of law enforcement. And where's the question, Jen Psaki? Circle around.
Right.
Circle back.
Circle back.
And how about the buttoning up
Circle
here
jerk.
by MacIver here? Yeah.
She
MacIver
didn't wear that white belt. Did you see the video? She's
Yeah.
got this white belt on, trying to hold her pants up. I mean, come on. I guess
She's a
big.
fraud.
She's a big lady.
She is a fraud. I mean, she's acting all prim and proper in front of the Suckster. Yet another one of these dopes that will do the whole code break thing when she starts pandering to whatever district she represents.
100% right.
Now she wants to come off like she's a very scholarly lady. She looked like an idiot pushing an ICE agent on tape.
Yeah.
And by the way, you just don't have the ability as an elected official to show up to any federal or state operated facility and come and go as you please. This entitlement over another 80-20 losing issue. I actually, with all due respect, I don't want to see anybody assaulted, but chicks like her pushing an ICE agent, it's not going to lead to any bodily harm. Keep pushing them, please.
Well,
because you keep going down, and I love seeing you lose.
The sworn affidavit says that she was attempting to block, that was Mayor Baraka's arrest. And so she slammed her forearm into the body. That's according to the court record of a uniformed Homeland Security Investigations
Mhm.
agent, fully uniformed,
Yep.
then reached out and tried to restrain that agent from grabbing the mayor.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of, very detailed.
Yeah.
And that's separate from pushing
Correct.
the ICE officers.
Right.
So these are separate things.
You don't have the right to physically touch an officer while he's trying to arrest another individual. I would think off the top of my head that's obstruction of justice.
Yeah, so two separate officers. The ICE officer, they say that she used each of her forearms to forcibly strike the ICE officers, but this is a different uniformed officer.
Mhm.
So there were multiple incidents.
Could you imagine the media coverage
Allegedly.
had the ICE officer retaliated and started beating her up? Oh my God, it would be wall to wall media coverage.
It would, Nick, and that's just it. That
Yeah.
Over and over, when we see these videos, whether these are duly elected officials doing this or the ones that you've played on the cut sheet day in and day out of residents coming right up to uniformed officers, shoving their phones in their faces and
Mhm.
pushing their bodies against them. And the vast majority, I think all of these officers that you see, they show amazing restraint.
They
But You're
do.
right. God forbid one of them would push back. They would be in the headlines.
I don't know where this mindset came from where it's like optional to adhere to what the police are asking you to do. Like, no, you can't
And
arrest
there's
me.
video.
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
what I
by the
mean.
way, there's video,
Yep.
just like every other thing that they claim didn't happen when it's caught on tape. And the worst part of this whole debacle is that they could go to the facility, ask to go in, and they would be allowed in. They all showed up to make a scene.
Yeah.
That's why they showed up.
Yep.
If they had showed up and to do their due diligence when they know it's primarily criminals in there, they would have gone in. News people asked to go in, and they go in and they get a tour of the facility. This is all optics, and for some reason, they continue to think that defending criminals in jail is now the good way to go. It's just ludicrous.
All right, guys, it's 9:12. You know what that means. It is time for
Yes.
get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there because it is now time for
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Tuesday, sponsored by our great friends at Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
It's Wednesday, not Tuesday.
Wow, Tony Bruno, you are right. It's a What Up Wednesday. Sorry. Let me
I
start
was
that
looking
over.
at the calendar. I said,
Yeah.
wait a minute, it's Tuesday again?
Fight Club on this What Up Wednesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com. That's tricounty.com. Please, thank you, Brian Krieger. Please call up Tri-County Auto Group and tell them you heard about them on Kayal and Company. Thank them for sponsoring Fight Club. Okay, this has all my favorite elements. Chicks, butt cheeks, Walmart.
Yes.
YouTube.com
Three of my
YouTube.com
Three of my most favorite things on earth.
WPHT, where you can see the fight. This might take the cake. Tony, I don't know if you know this. On Fridays now, we gather up all the fights and we rank them. Which fight was the best? We started out with Antonio Brown on Monday. Yesterday, we had kids in a cafeteria.
Yes.
Not kids. They were, they're high school students in the cafeteria. And now we go to chicks, butt cheeks, Walmart. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's roll it. Look at this. Uh-oh. Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, look, there we go.
Whoa.
There we go.
Look at
Down
this.
goes.
Oh, man. Look at that.
Look at this guy.
Look
Oh,
at
there
this.
we go. Another one.
There's butt everywhere.
Yep.
No leaves have been removed yet. No leaves are flying.
No wigs have been yanked. Oh, there goes the cans. Yep. There goes the Bush's baked beans. Yep.
Yeah, they're not 248. This is obviously old video.
Yeah.
Walmart doesn't roll back prices anymore.
No, they don't.
Look at this.
YouTube.com/@1210.
I mean, we've got broads on here fighting folks that you can't. If you're not able to watch right now, and trust me, you're missing a spectacle. Some of these women, they have ass cheeks so big they have separate zip codes.
Watch the men. The men are like running.
I know.
Yep. You got one guy there with his shopping cart. He's wearing a COVID mask. He's just trying to get from point A to point B without dying.
Forgive me. I don't know where this took place. It's just amazing. It was obviously a Walmart.
Yeah, and this is in presumably
It could be any Walmart.
Yeah.
It could be anywhere, any place in the United States.
Yeah, you guys wonder why I look down on Walmart. It's this. It's this.
Yeah, you don't get this at Target.
No. Yeah, you
I
might.
love Walmart. I go in Walmart waiting for this stuff to happen.
And that was Greg Stocker. A few of Greg's favorite things.
Oh my Lord.
I love the chick that randomly picks up the canned goods and starts flinging cans of green beans.
Air flying.
Oh my
braids
God!
flying.
See, Tri-County Auto Group. See what you're sponsoring. This is content gold.
And
content gold.
Can't we just have just two chicks like in a isolated environment duking it out?
No.
This always turns into a Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
You got 20 other entrants come flying in.
Speaking of Walmart, since we have some viewers over here now on YouTube, this Amazon delivery driver, I believe, is very upset because he's constantly having, or she, I believe, is constantly having to go to this person's house and drop off water bottles and packages and stuff. And she basically, there's a Nest Cam, one of those Amazon Nest things, or Google. I think it's Google. And she speaks right to it. This is cut 13, Phil. Roll it.
I've been waiting on this day to tell you how much I hate this house. The waters, all the you order, all of this. I hate it. I hate this house. I hate that you order. You are the laziest house in this whole neighborhood. You're inconsiderate. You're hate everything about y'all. I hate it. All you have to do is order the store from Walmart pickup or Central pickup or whatever, and go put it in your own truck and go do it yourself. You are the laziest sons of bitches ever. And then people bring break our backs, we break our necks, we break our nails, we break everything to bring you shit. And you're ungrateful as I hope you know that.
Yeah, that person's no longer employed.
Hang on.
Look at this.
And she drops it like that.
Yeah. Well, that's.
Did you get a tip at least, a cash tip?
That's all my alkaline water cases showing up every month.
By the way. By the way, sweetheart, that's your job.
Yeah.
Your job is to drop off packages.
Yeah, you don't like it, quit.
Oh my God.
You work for Amazon. They pay really well. You can move up in that company really quickly. Amazon's a good gig if you barely got through high school.
Man.
Yeah. By the way, that person's going to be fired because, first of all, you've got the address of that location, right?
The time.
And the video, and Amazon knows what your route is and where you're going. And she thinks she concealed her identity because she wore a bandana over her mouth and some sunglasses.
I get it. I say this all the time. We are a lazy society. We can't go out and, buy a bag of chips. We have to have it hand delivered by somebody to our house.
But you're missing the point, though. This is not about, to me, essentially there's the convenience element, of course, but it's the price. That's why you get these things in bulk, right?
Yep.
You can buy, I buy my alkaline water and my razor blades off of Amazon.
Yep.
And I get the same order every month. It's on like auto whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not defending this woman. I mean, she that's literally her job, and she signs up for this. And if you don't like it, then get another job. All I'm saying is that she's not wrong that we're a lazy society, and the fact that we have to have everything hand delivered to our house.
Yeah.
But it's keeping people like that employed. Well, she's not going to be employed much longer.
That's pretty much the only service I use that for, though. We still do our routine grocery shopping by going to the grocery store. I'll never have groceries delivered. Bulk items like cases of water, yes.
It's great, Nick. It's great.
By the way, that company that last month came up with the if you can't afford to have your food delivered at home because it's so expensive, you can borrow money. That company is now gone under.
Wow.
It's like $100 million in debt. So all you people who have to order from DoorDash every day, and you had this company come forward and say, yeah, you know what, you can borrow money so you can continue to pay for your DoorDash. That company now has announced that it's bankrupt. So there's another great idea.
Yep.
Yeah, people are so lazy that you need to take out a loan to cover your DoorDash deliveries every day.
By the way, all the people that came over to YouTube from the Odyssey app or from 1210 WPHT first, thank you. But make sure you hit this subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. It's free. And hit the like button, too. One more for the visual. This boy wanted to have Donald Trump at his birthday, so his parents hired a lookalike. Guys, I got to tell you.
I thought it was him.
I thought it was him, too. Like,
now, does he sound like him?
If you look, well, just watch the video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. It looks exactly. If you do a close up on his face, it doesn't. But the mannerisms, the gestures, roll this.
Yep.
Look at this.
God, yeah. Look at the clap.
That's amazing.
Aww.
Come on, do the boogie. There it is.
It's amazing.
Now this guy is heavier. He has a bigger belly.
Okay.
A little short. He's not as tall as
he's
Trump.
not as tall.
Yeah, I think that guy at least had his prostate checked. The guy who's the fake Trump guy.
But right there, look
at this little boy.
It looks exactly like him.
It does. It's pretty good, man.
Looks exactly like him.
It's amazing.
I want to know who this. I want to know who this guy is.
I'm gonna book him and send him to my mother-in-law for her birthday.
I was just gonna say that. I will keep this guy employed. I will keep this guy employed with this.
That's the best.
All right, here's what we need. This audience is great. I need you guys to track down. You saw the blessed mom. What's the TikTok handle there? Blessed.mama.xo. Yeah, at blessed BLESSED.MAMA.XO. Track that woman down for us
on TikTok.
By the way, and we need to find out who that guy is. And I am going to send him to my mother-in-law's house. I will pay for it.
I'm going to bring him. I'm going to bring him to town because what we can do. I don't know if he sounds like him. I don't know if he sounds like him, but we can have
Sean
Farish's voice and him. Thank you.
We'll keep Farish off camera. And we'll see if this guy can be like a ventriloquist and move his mouth while Sean's talking.
I love it. I'm
Your
in.
mother-in-law is. What would she do?
She'd shoot him.
What if she hugged him? What if all of a sudden she went, oh, you know?
She just sent me. She sent me a text message last night. I never responded because I was asleep. It was at 10:30. She's like nocturnal. She's like Trump. She's on the same sleep schedule as Trump. She sleeps from like the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. or whatever. She says he is such an a-hole.
Oh boy.
And that was the only text.
Oh boy.
I didn't respond. I saw it this morning. I still haven't responded.
10:30 at night.
Yeah.
This is after a little Zinfandel. Maybe?
No, this is sober. This is probably sober too. TDS does not take nights off.
All right, guys.
Stage 5. She's a 10 on the Gleason scale.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's not right.
Of TDS.
Aren't you going to be living with her for a little while?
Yeah, by the way, folks, we go into our new house August 30th.
Congratulations.
We're out of the temporary place that we've been in June 30th. And the reason we're doing that is and we're going to be at my mother-in-law's for 7 weeks. I want you to realize this, folks.
Oh,
okay?
man.
The place we were staying at wanted to charge us 33% more in rent for 7 more weeks. So we were like, you can go pound sand. That's robbery. So I said, my mother-in-law, she's like, yeah, just stay with us. You'll save money, which, yeah. We don't have to buy groceries, nothing. Wow. But I'm going to be up there, and I'm going to have to leave every morning at 3:45 in the morning to come down here.
Oh, for God's sake!
And then you think that I enjoy my nap now? Can you imagine what it's going to be like when I finally get back to Saucon Valley at noon each day, and I go down for that nap? My whole goal will be to get up the steps, avoid detection from the mother-in-law.
She's going to want to talk about what you just talked about on the radio.
I'm going to have her sign a clause. I will not be doing any post-show commentary with you I don't want to talk politics with anybody when I'm done at 10 o'clock.
Oh, no.
Much less her.
You guys, this is a reality show.
I agree with you.
We
I
need a
agree with
camera
you.
crew.
7
This is
weeks.
Yeah.
This is God testing me.
It is.
You got your nice, beautiful home. Life is about to be really good again. But I'm going to test you for 7 weeks, bro.
Tony, do you have any advice?
Well, I've never actually lived with an in-law, so
yeah,
I don't know what to do.
41
especially
years
in this
old.
day and age. Especially in this day and age, when if you have somebody you can't get along with or disagree with on everything, how the heck do you coexist?
Well,
The coexist
it's only
buttons have to
politics.
be
It's only
gone.
politics we fight over.
Like, she's
I know
she's
that.
loving
Yeah.
and they're
Oh
very
yeah, no,
giving.
awesome. Yes. Yeah, we just have knockdown, drag out wars over Trump.
How do you avoid talking about Trump with somebody, especially if the person always wants to bring up Trump negatively?
Yes.
What are you supposed to do? Just sit there?
Yeah.
By the way,
and drink.
And again, you can be negative. You can rip Trump.
What is she?
There's nothing wrong with ripping Trump.
Now, the best part of this, where I might catch a little bit of a break, is they are a small business owners for concessions and catering, and they travel a lot, and that's their busy season. So they'll be exhausted, they'll be wiped out. So she won't want to get into it too often, and I won't want to get into it at all. So
Sarah Weiss brings up a good point on the YouTube chat. How about a mother-in-law fight club? Oh, there we go.
We could call it the Karen Club.
All right, that's the end of the cut sheet. We really have to break.
All right, we'll come back. Tony Bruno's going to stick around for a little bit. Dawn's got a big 3 as we roll on. And remember, folks, July 1 through August 30th. Keep me in your thoughts and prayers.
By the way, Newman Price says that Trump impersonator goes by Tommy Trump 47. So
Tommy Trump 47.
Tommy Trump 47. So look him up. And let's get him booked on the show.
Could you imagine if my mother-in-law heard the doorbell ring and she looks at her she looks at her Ring doorbell cam and she sees this guy doing the boogie on her porch?
This guy's about to make a fortune. That's all I'm saying.
Back after this.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All-American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA, Tuesday, June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:33. As we roll on, Tony Bruno is with us, and we will have a Trump stunt double update in just a moment. But let's get caught up in the news. Time for a Dawn Stensler Big Three at 9:33.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Oh, the big, beautiful bill in focus. The headline this morning, the breaking news, is that Speaker Mike Johnson is saying looks like we've got a deal, but do they? So an all-nighter for some House Republicans who say they're still working to get the deal done to push President Trump's tax and immigration budget package, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, across the finish line. They hope to deal with these internal divisions that we've talked about, tee up this vote, and then send Trump's agenda, the budget, to the Senate side of things. So we're expecting more news on that as well. President Trump scheduled to meet with South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa at the White House today, and they're calling it a make-or-break session. So we've talked a lot about South Africa, what's going on there, and Trump, I know, had said that he repeated his claim that the white African or South African farmers, who 50 or so, 59 were brought here, that they've been slaughtered and forced off their land. That's the talking point. So Trump, we'll see if if they do a little news conference, if we see tension, we're watching for that one as well. Remember, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he had said on all the Sunday shows on CBS that there is evidence indicating the farmers in South Africa are being treated, quote, brutally.
Wow. Awful.
It's just so interesting to me that they pick and choose which immigrants they want to defend and which immigrants they don't. It's ridiculous to me.
As far as the media goes?
Yeah.
Yep.
If there was only video of what was going on in South Africa. I mean, that's the other thing. This is not being made up. And again, I'm glad Marco Rubio undressed that Chris Von Hollen idiot from Maryland about, you're the people, and Tim Kaine, you're the people who don't want white Africans to come into the country. I mean, they don't like white people, and they're white.
I know.
Yes. These are the suburban whites that never have to go into the inner cities to deal with what goes on in the inner cities.
Yep.
These are the same people who cry about that stuff.
Yep.
Right. The suburban whites, not to be confused with the exciting whites who play in the Eagles secondary.
And by the way, big day in sports. There could be rioting in Philadelphia, not because Larry Krasner is going to win in its third term, but because the NFL could ban the tush push today.
Yeah.
The NFL owners are meeting. It looks like there's enough votes from the coward owners who don't like the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles are able to complete this play, so they have to punish them so the other wimps in the league don't have to worry about this happening again.
You're exactly
I mean, that's
right.
how pathetic.
No, Tony,
right?
you're spot on. I'm telling you, if they ban this play, I'm taking to the streets. I am going to throw bricks through windows.
No, you're not.
I'm going to light
Never.
cars on fire. There's going to be rubber burning.
No.
There will be no rest.
No rest for the weird.
rest.
No rest.
Will they grease the poles today in Center City? That's what I want to know.
Tony, I'm going to have Molotov cocktails, flaming garbage cans. I will recreate the summer of 2020 all over again.
And Larry Krasner won't arrest anybody except innocent people. You remember when the people were blocking the Vine Street Expressway?
Yes.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah. They all got money.
And
they
Larry
got a payoff.
Krasner was arresting the cops who were getting people off the highway.
Thank you. Speaking of the tush push was going to be my number 3, but I'll since you brought that up, the district attorney Larry Krasner's only expert in the former officer Mark Dial trial, he admitted on the stand that he never reviewed Pennsylvania's laws before determining that Eddie Irizarry, the killing was unjustified. So this was a former officer instructor who was saying that this shooting, which was a tragic situation all the way around, but he said it was unjustified on the part of this officer. But then the defense attorneys for Officer Mark Dial, they asked him about these state laws. Did he actually review the state criminal code? And he said no, he never did.
Oh my God! It's kind of your job, is it not?
Yeah. So we'll see how, to your point, Tom, we'll see how this trial of this former officer, Mark Dial, how this goes. He has a strong case, according to the court observers. That's your big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. All right, we will, what do you want to do here? We going longer here?
No.
Okay.
No, we have to break it.
We'll come back. We'll get to Phil with the movies, the music, Jimmy Kelly, the whole bit. What's on tap for Dawn's show?
Are we going to do the reveal the Trump impersonator too? I think we should.
Yes, as long as we have it pulled by then. We will play it for you when we come back. We're trying to find out just how good he sounds.
Yes.
I've seen some close-ups on his Instagram now. Definitely in the face. When you get closer, does not look a lot like Trump.
Agreed.
But it's close enough.
Yeah.
It's
Got the moves down.
Yeah. So we'll give you a little bit of that when we come back. Bruno with us until we sign off from Florida, and we're back after this.
Yeah, you've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available right now at Piazza Mazda. So they're offering, this is incredible, 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30, they're available right now at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Shop with confidence at Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by new tariffs. Visit them, piazzamazda.com today, Piazza, PiazzaMazda.com. Do it today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc. P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
.9:45 on a Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company, Tony Bruno with us. The Dawn Show coming up in 15 minutes. We will find out what she has lined up, what occurred today in music history with Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip for a chance of Pick Your Tickets.
Your tickets.
That's right, Summer Concert Series. We'll give you the options and the clip in just a moment. But we do have Tommy Trump 47. This is the guy that Stalker played for you about 25 minutes ago on the cut sheet that showed up at a kid's birthday party and was dressed identical to Trump doing the dance. And we're wondering if not only
does he live in Florida? Does he live in Florida? I have a birthday coming up. That's what I want for my birthday.
Good question.
No, he's from Long Island, apparently.
Oh, okay. Well, how about that? So Long Island creates a lot of Trump guys.
Well, I mean, they're New York guys, so of course they can sound like Trump because he's a New York guy.
Yeah, Sean Farish and now Tommy Trump.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're not cheating on Sean here. This is not contributor infidelity by any stretch. We have yet to analyze whether or not he can do the impression, which is 80% of the fight.
By the way, this Who song, Eminence Front, 2 minutes until the lyrics kick in.
Nice.
Holy man.
Yeah. Now imagine being the host that has to sit through it and wonder when the thing's going to kick in. And
yeah, I was being a DJ back in the day. You could do like an interview before the lyrics kick in.
Better than Fred Durst?
Coming at you 9:47 here on WNBC. Yeah, better than Fred Durst. Yeah, absolutely.
Limp Bizkit or Papa Roach?
Oh, Papa Roach, 100%.
Okay. All right. Let's get down to business here. We're going to go to the tape. Here we go. Tony Bruno, Don Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. This is Tommy Trump. Phil pulled this off of Instagram, and you will see the backdrop with Lady Liberty. And let's analyze the tape. Go ahead.
And I'm telling you, I love New York Harbor, and I love Lady Liberty. The French gave it to us. They want it back.
No.
They will not, and I'm taking the European Union with me. They're tremendous, and I'm telling you, the Europeans love me now, and I just did a great job in the Middle East. I love America, and freedom will ring always at Lady Liberty in New York Harbor. I will protect.
Might be the worst impression I've ever heard of Trump, actually.
I give it a 4.
Wow, I go even lower.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, that's a 2 out of 10 for me.
So we're gonna do so should we bring him in just to
I mean, look like Trump? The guy looks like him decently, and then just puts in no effort, or just doesn't have the ability to pull off the vocals.
Yeah.
Come on, Tommy Trump.
Yep.
Yeah, that's bad. No, it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another guy in New York City who has a bad wig and does a lot of comedy stuff, and he's not good either. But he has. You talk about a guy with steel gonads.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy goes up to everybody.
Yeah.
And,
By the way,
gives them the business.
I got into a fight, not a fight, but an argument with a program director of our sister station, KYW, because she claimed that the SNL guy is better than Sean Farish. And I said, you're absolutely wrong.
A KYW person thinks SNL is good. That's about the only
She
people
didn't say
that
it was
do.
good. She just said he does a better Trump than our guy, and I said that's blasphemy.
Shane Gillis does a good Trump, but not near.
Oh, yeah.
I would rank him Sean 1, Shane Gillis a distant second.
Yep.
The SNL guy, I guess technically the SNL guy sounds better than Tommy Trump.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does. Tommy Trump.
What about Alec?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin is not.
He's I would just AI says Alec Baldwin is widely considered one of the most popular.
Yeah, he's the
Trump. Well, it's because he's the most famous person, I guess.
You see the media bias. This is what Dawn talks about. Sean is clear cut number one, and you will not get anybody on mainstream media or on the internet that will confirm Sean's the best.
Yeah,
total bias rig job. I won't stand for it. All right, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to your morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And you say you taught ride his bike?
Yes, I remember the day I took off his training wheels. Oh, this is the bike. Hey, how about a picture of me sitting on it?
I don't think that's such a good idea.
I don't think that's your decision. If it wasn't for me, none of this would have happened to you, right?
Well, sorta.
Then it's okay if I sit on it, right?
Bleeping out the name of the movie.
Call it 12-855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, your choice of a pair of tickets to one of these Live Nation concerts. All three will be at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey. But it's up to you to choose. Do you want Thomas Rhett, July 11th, Styx on August 8th, or the Doobie Brothers on August 13th? Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. That should be a pretty easy one. We had people in studio yesterday for a reason. You put two and two together, and boom, you get four. All right.
Even for people who like Limp Bizkit.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil.
I love the unwarranted, unprompted commentary.
I love it.
You music snobs.
You asked for his opinion. Both of you, both Tony and Nick asked for his opinion, and he gave it. He gave it.
The musical elitism of some of these people, man.
Time.
You cannot get in their wheelhouse of music. Boy, they get real tight.
2 hits, and that's it. They're better than dancing, though, because they only had one.
Tony, I think the musical elitists might be more sanctimonious than the baseball writers that cover the Hall of Fame.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
All right, let's get to it, please.
This day in music history. Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 21st, we celebrate the birthday of Stan Lynch from Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, who's 70. Heavenly birthday shouts to Hilton Valentine from the Animals. We also lost Nick Menza from Megadeth in 2016. Singles include Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple in 73. Telephone Line by ELO in 77. And The Devil Went Down to Georgia by the Charlie Daniels Band in 79. Albums include Black Dog Barking by Airborne in 2013. Saxon's debut in 79. Down on the Upside by Soundgarden in 96. And Agents of Fortune by Blue Oyster Cult in 76. Also in 83, David Bowie topped the album chart with Let's Dance. In 80, a thief broke into Electric Lady Studios in New York and stole 5 Jimi Hendrix guitars. In 55, Chuck Berry recorded Maybelline. In 81, the funeral for Bob Marley took place. In 80, The Empire Strikes Back premiered in theaters.
Wow.
And in 64, the Drifters record Under the Boardwalk the day after their lead singer is found dead.
Under the Boardwalk?
Yes, Under the Boardwalk. Oh, yeah.
No. Or was he found dead under the boardwalk?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if he was found under the boardwalk, but it was something weird just happened. And all of a sudden, the next day, they had a new lead singer from an old. Anyway. But lastly, on this day in 92, MTV was officially pronounced dead as they aired The Real World for the very first time. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Opquist.
There he is. And now we bring in Rich in Glenmore, who has identified the movie clip. Rich, what movie did we just play for you, buddy?
Hey, Nick, you keep saying I'm from Glenmore. I moved to Levittown last year. You still got something in your system there. But it's Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I?
Did they find his bike under the Alamo yet? Did they find the bike?
Basement of the Alamo.
All right, you want Styx?
Not my bike!
Styx, Doobie Brothers, or Thomas Rhett?
What was the last one?
Thomas Rhett, Country Act.
Oh, Styx.
Styx? You got it. That's 2 for Styx, I think, this week.
Styx is
all right, there
Styx
it
is
is.
the winner, yeah.
Rich, not in Glenmore. Thank you very much, Rich. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, which is just about 6 minutes away.
Yeah, we have a lot in store. We'll do our election wrap. We'll talk about what's up with the media's allowance to rip on conservative women across the board. We'll have that conversation and show you the tangible evidence of that one, updating you on everything with the big, beautiful bill. Right at 10:15, our friend Linda Kearns, she'll join me and do her take on what the election, yesterday's election meant for our region and update us, and you'll get some inspiration from her. We have a ton. We're going to talk about it. We have the breaking news. We got a lot of Trump news, a lot of breaking local news as well. The Mark Dial trial. We'll talk to insiders. There's a lot, and we got it all live and local.
Dawn, thank you very much. Tony Bruno, thank you very much, sir.
Tone.
Thank you, guys. By the way, Jake Tapper went on Morning Joe today, so even other networks are putting this guy on to pimp his book. Unbelievable.
10 people saw it.
And if you missed Jake Tapper on with Morning Joe, it probably sounded a lot like this. We'll see you. Take care.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from